Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Saturday, November 5th, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can, Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got World Series, game number 6. Phillies and Astros live play-by-play and reactions with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Well, we've had a wild couple days, obviously, to see kind of how everything plays out. College football has been pretty good too. Georgia beating the hell out of Tennessee, Ducks beating the hell out of Colorado, and we're here for Game 6. Tomorrow, we're going to have NASCAR championship there in Phoenix, as well as Sunday Night Football with the Titans and the Chiefs. I'm ready to go. Let's get it going, baby. Let's get it. Let's go over some of the photos that I have here prepped for you guys tonight. So one sec here. Let's get this going. And first, we got to make sure we shout out my boy Johnny with the beautiful thumbnail. My boy Johnny, I see you, buddy. All right. World Series game number 6 thumb, looking fantastic. As usual, you are the man. Let's get it, baby. All right, let's go over some of the lineups in the World Series. Leading off for the Philadelphia Phillies, Kyle Schwarber. Batting second, Rhys Hoskins. Batting third, JT Realmuto. Batting fourth, Bryce Harper. Batting fifth, Nick Castellanos. Batting sixth, Alec Bohm. Batting seventh, Gene Segura. Batting eighth, Matt Vierling. Batting ninth, Edmundo Sosa. And on the mound for the Philadelphia Phillies, Zach Wheeler. And let's go over to the Houston Astros. Leading off, Jose Altuve. Batting second, Jeremy Pena. Batting third, Yordan Alvarez. Batting fourth, Alex Bregman. Batting fifth, Kyle Tucker. Batting sixth, Christian Vasquez. Batting seventh, Trey Mancini. Batting eighth, Chaz McCormick. Batting ninth, Martin Maldonado. And on the mound for the Houston Astros, Framber Valdez. Let's go, baby. Should be a good one. I'm ready. Let's get it going, baby. All right. We should have first pitch here within the next couple minutes. So I am ready to go. Me and Paisley just spent the good amount of the day, just sleeping, snugging, watching Crown Jewel. Ended up finishing Crown Jewel up, which was okay. I hope that Game 6 in the World Series ends up being a little bit better. But, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would probably give Crown Jewel a 7. There was some bad matches. There were some good matches. I definitely think that Bianca Belair and Bayley, that was the match that stole the show. That was the best one. But, for those Saudi Arabia pay-per-views, most of the time they disappoint. And this one kind of disappointed as well. I still ended up watching the whole thing. Watched all of Georgia beat Tennessee as well. And I also got a chance to watch my Ducks beat Colorado. So we're here for Saturday night World Series game number 6. We'll see if it ends up being over with tonight. And we got a busy schedule as we lead up to tomorrow as well. Let's go, baby. I am ready. World Series game number 6, baby. Let's get it. All right, baby. Let's go. All right, game number 6, baby. I might want to try to tap into. Might want to tap into maybe Alabama, LSU, but I won't do it just yet.
Game 6, 2 words that capture the patience, perseverance, and heartbreak of Dusty Baker. In 2002, his Giants had a 5-0 lead in the 7th inning, ready to capture the World Series, and lost.
All right, baby, let's go. We got Blazers on later tonight against Phoenix. And then let me take a quick look to see what other football games are on here as well. All right, so we got Wake Forest and NC State, Clemson, Notre Dame, Michigan, Rutgers, a bunch of basketball games as well. Thinking Alabama might be the one. Now I just got to be able to find it here. Other games. There it is. All right, Alabama, LSU. Let's turn that on. All right, got Alabama, LSU up. We are ready to go. Let's go, baby. Hope everyone is having a fantastic Saturday. Let's get it.
Game 2 of the World Series against the Phillies, pitched into the 7th inning and dominated that game, just the 1 run. He's faced them twice over the last month. And John, he struck out 19 over 11+ innings. This guy's turning into a bulldog, and he has a tremendous sinker, a lot of ground balls, but he has great balance, and really he's learned to have a great heartbeat on the mound. And if you're a game watcher or film watcher, you're going to want to do the same thing he did against the Phillies to have that success. Don't change a thing. Lineup that'll face off with here in Game 6. Will look like this. Kyle Schwarber to lead it off, and then Hoskins and Real Muto. Harper, Castellanos, and Ball. Gene Segura is the 7th hitter and second baseman. And with the lefty on the mound, they do go with Bierling and Sosa instead of Marsh and Scott. The interesting thing is his last game we were talking about, it was his highest velocity he's had all year. So that RPM was revved up. Now you can imagine in a Game 6, this is where it starts getting the reality.
All right, let's go, baby.
You cannot think about that if you're a Game 6 starter up 3-2. Hard not to, especially when you know the team is one way away from the World Series. Now you've got on both sides of this, both face or elimination and with a chance to clinch. What's the difference emotionally? Well, emotionally, when you have a elimination game like, let's say, Wheeler, your room for error is low, your leash is quick, and you just want to pass the baton to the guy waiting for Game 7. If you're Valdez, this is when you get selfish and say, I don't want anyone else to pitch after this game, and you take it in your own hands.
All right, on the mound, Framber Valdez.
6 and 3rd, he faces Kyle Schwarber to get Game 6 started. Normally, I'd say see how the game's going if you're Kyle Schwarber, but the way that he was pitched to last time, got a lot of fastballs early. I would say, like he did against Verlander, it was the second pitch. But Schwarber should be ready to hit a fastball and miss the bat early.
Leading off, Kyle Schwarber. All right, let's go, baby. Let's get it. Game number 6 in the World Series. Phillies down 3-2. First pitch from Valdez. Ball is low, 1-0 count. Framber obviously has been accused of cheating, putting a substance into his glove there in Game 2 when he had 9 Ks. I imagine they'll be watching him very closely tonight, but they do have a 3-2 lead, so the pressure is on. But an interesting fact that I was reading earlier, in the last 2 teams that have gone down 3-2 have actually won the last 2 games on the road, believe it or not. So one of them was the Cubs, with Kyle Schwarber back in the day, like in 2016, and then the last one was against the Astros just a couple years ago. So I guess everything is not lost for Philadelphia. So when teams have gone down 3-2, last 2 times it's happened, that visiting team that's been there, in Game 6 and 7 has won both of those games. I'm not sure if that's going to happen this year, though, but we'll find out. Oh, 2-2 count. Schwarber was like, was that strike three? Come on, Bryce. They're going to need you today, baby. They're going to need you today, baby. It's got to be a big day. Homers today. Got to do it. Schwarber, 2-2 count. Check swing. Full count. Five pitches in, full count. Schwarber batting .235. Top of the first. World Series Game 6 and a championship on the line. Pitches outside and he walked him. Okay. Schwarber to first. Off a walk on a full count. Next up, Rhys Hoskins.
This is where experience will pay off, or having gone through certain things before. And that is where Valdez says the biggest growth is found, his ability to move on from things that don't go his way.
Little dribbler. Double play. Got him. Wow. Unbelievable. Bad luck there. Hitting into the... It looked like it was going to be bad right from the start, and it was. 2 away. Look at this defense right here. Bregman. Boom, boom, boom. That's a hell of a play there. Unbelievable. 2 away. Unfortunate double play for the Phillies. Alabama 0, LSU 0. Next up, we got JT Realmuto. Batting .143 this series. Not very good. Only 1 homer, 3 ribbies. Come on, JT. Strike 1. 0-1 count. We're live on Twitter as well as live on YouTube as well. 0-1 pitch. Outside, 1-1 count. Framber Valdez on the mound. JT Realmuto in the box. Two outs, top of the first. 1-1 pitch. Crushed foul. 1-2 count. Come on, JT. Pitch is low and inside. 2-2 count. Valdez, 11 pitches in. Top of the first. 2 outs. 2-2 count. Valdez on the mound. JT Realmuto in the box. Come on, JT. 2-2 pitch. Oh, wow. I thought that was just going to be a pitch inside. They say the pitch hit him. Runner goes to first. Unbelievable. I need to see a replay, though. So supposedly JT got hit there. Let's take a quick replay. Let's see where this ball lands. Oh, top of the foot. Next up could be Philadelphia's hero, Bryce fucking Harper. We need a Bryce bomb. See if he goes for that aggressive attempt. He's batting .250, 1 homer, 2 RBIs, 929 OPS, but 373 in the postseason with 6 dingers. Come on, baby. First pitch, dribbler. Jeremy Pena is a fucking wizard. My goodness. Jeremy Pena, good on offense, good on defense. I mean, he's the real MVP. You know, it definitely hasn't been Altuve. Yordan Alvarez was good against Seattle. Bregman and Tucker keep doing their job, and they're fantastic, but this is the clear MVP in the World Series and in the playoffs for Houston. It's Jeremy Pena. That's facts. Great defense. Phenomenal. Just like AJ Styles, baby. Next up, for your Houston Astros, let me change the top to the bottom here for the first inning. All right, we're going to the bottom of the first. Could have had a couple, potential runs scored in that first inning, but defense always wins, and Houston was on it in that top of the first inning. Leading off, Jose Altuve. Batting second, Jeremy Pena. And batting third, Yordan Alvarez. And on the mound for the Phillies, Zach Wheeler. See what happens here. Let's go. All right, let's take a quick peek to see what's going on in Alabama LSU. I assume it's a commercial. It is. All right, let's see what we got else. We got Wake Forest, NC State. We got the Thunder and the Bucks. Bucks trying to stay undefeated with Giannis. We got UFC Fight Night. I already watched Georgia beat the shit out of Tennessee. I watched Oregon beat the shit out of Colorado. Watched Crown Jewel. It was okay. You know what I mean? The Saudi Arabian events overall are kind of bootios. They're usually not that good. I would have rated it maybe a 7 overall. Logan Paul actually did pretty good against Roman, like as far as his athleticism is concerned. But the best match was Bianca Belair and Bayley by far. But I mean, there was a lot of bad matches in the pay-per-view, but I mean, I still watched it. And I imagine a lot of you that are wrestling fans will either watch the replay or you watched it live as well. What else do we got? Celtics, Knicks. Okay, we're getting back to the game, and that's what matters. Let's go. Mike in the building. What to do? How are you, man? I'm watching your Alabama Crimson Tide right now, as well as doing this World Series. How are you doing? What's good, Mike? Georgia beating the shit out of Tennessee. I'm not sure if that makes you feel good as a Bama fan since you lost to Tennessee, or if it makes you feel worse seeing Georgia stay undefeated. I imagine a little bit of both, but probably Georgia winning by so much is probably, but at least that gives you an opportunity if you can keep winning, that you can play them in the SEC championship game possibly and maybe get a little bit of revenge. All right, Zach Wheeler. My boy Mike in the building. How are you, my bro? What's good? Going to the bottom of the first. Zach Wheeler on the mound. And Jose Altuve in the box. First pitch. Pitch is high. Ball 1. Alabama down 7-0 to LSU. Third down and 11. Got a little bit of a delay on that since it's on the computer. 1-0 pitch. Right down the middle. 1-1 count. Wheeler's going to have a big day. 1-1 pitch. Strike. 1-2 count. 1-2 pitch. Bottom of the first to Jose Altuve. Big swing and a miss. Struck him out. Yeah, let's go. Wheeler with his first fucking punch out against Jose Altuve. Normally, Altuve is going to be very aggressive off first and second pitch strikes. That's really what helped him get out of his slump. Probably started to be a little bit more conservative towards the end of game 5. But, hey, nice punch out by Zach Wheeler. It's exactly what they need. Next up, the MVP for the Astros, Jeremy Pena. One 0 count. Kidder in the building. What to do? One of my favorites, Caitlin in the building. How are you? Little dribbler. 2 away. Good defense there. All right, Zach, keep it moving. It's a big opportunity. I mean, it's really not in your favor. Obviously losing, game 4 and 5, but I mean, there's opportunities. You just got to take it one game at a time. Next up, Yordan Alvarez. What's good, Caitlin? How are you? Bottom of the first, 2 outs. Phillies and Astros knotted up still at 0. LSU up 7-0 on Bama. First pitch to Yordan. Oh, crushed it. Back, popped up, and he's out. Quick inning there for Zach Wheeler. End of the first inning.
What will you do? What will you change?
As we go to the top of the second.
Will you create something entirely new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide
All right, baby. Let's go.
expertise you need to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all.
Phillies due up. Next up, Nick Castellanos. Batting second, Alec Bohm. And batting third, the former Mariner, Dean Segura. Let's go. And they still got Framber on the mound. No substances in his glove that have been checked just yet. Oh, no. Like flu or cold or something worse. Get better quick. Get better soon, Caitlin.
Yeah, it's their best unlimited price ever.
Switching now.
And getting the network you want for $30?
Touchdown!
Everyone can get Verizon for just $30 a line.
Yeah, can't be losing to LSU.
Up to $960.
But Georgia looking very, very good today. I figured, them being at home, they'd be imposed their will, but they made Tennessee look very pedestrian after beating Bama earlier in the year. Obviously, we know teams at home play much better football, especially in college. And I imagine if Tennessee was at home today, that maybe the outcome could have been different. But Georgia mollywopped them. So we'll have to kind of wait on how everything plays out. And Ohio State didn't win by very much earlier today. So there might be a little bit of movement in the college football poll as we get here in the next couple days.
Like 2 times miles on every purchase.
I'm good, man. Like I said, we had a winter weather advisory and we had a tree fall over, towards the dumpster and the garbage area instead of on the vehicle. They cut it all up and it probably took them a couple hours because it was a pretty tall tree, maybe 15, 20 feet tall. Nothing got damaged. At least that was good. Power hasn't gone out. So me and Paisley have just been snugging, watched Crown Jewel, watched Georgia and Tennessee, watched Oregon beat Colorado. And here I am. Grinding it out. And then tomorrow we'll do Phoenix, the NASCAR Cup Series Championship, conclusion to the finale of the NASCAR season. And then we'll end up doing the Chiefs and the Titans. I wasn't really planning on this series going 7, But I will cover the World Series. But if they end up winning this game, the Phillies, I'm already doing the Chiefs and the Titans since I already paid for the thumbnail. So, but we will actually follow both at the same time if need be, unless for whatever reason that I decide to buy a thumbnail for Game 7, which could happen. But I mean, I already invested money in Chiefs Titans, so I don't want to really be throwing money down the garbage. But we'll find out, what happens tonight. Top of the second, 1-0 pitch, foul, 1-1 count. Oh, sinus infection. Well, I hope you get better. 7-3 LSU. Slow starts for a lot of teams in college football today. Top of the second, 1-1 pitch is foul, 1-2 count for Nick Castellanos, and Valdez still on the mound. Framber, 9 Ks in Game 2. What will happen today? We will find out. Let's go, Nick. Dribbler down third. Did that ball hit him? Hold up. I need to see the replay. Oh, it was foul. Yeah, it was a good call. Well, it's right there. It's clear. It's on that side of the line. You don't want to have him do any cheating or bullshit. Okay. Good call. For once, we get an ump, but he's not behind the plate. That's why he made a good play. Seems like a lot of the umps that are behind the plate, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. No problem. I always want to make sure my people are doing good. Struck him out. Punch out for Framber Valdez. 1 away. Next up for your Philadelphia Phillies, Alec Bohm. 7-3. LSU is up on Bama with 4:40 left in the second quarter. Top of the second, Astros and Phillies knotted up at 0, 1 out. Framber on the mound. Alec Bohm in the box. Let's go, Alec. There we go. First pitch strike. Nice little bloop single for Alec Bohm. Let's go. Let's go. Next up, the former Mariner, Gene Segura. First pitch, 0-1 count. Nice little strike down the middle. Segura adjusts the gloves. Batting 167, 3 for 18, no dingers, 2 ribbies, 325 OPS. Let's see what happens here. 0-1 pitch, low and inside, 1-1 count. I'm very curious to see if the umps check inside of his mitt for Game 6, because there's a lot of video circulating on the internet that shows him rubbing a substance on the ball, on his jersey, on his pants, and actually reaching into his mitt and getting the substance out of the mitt. So it makes you kind of wonder, are the Astros really done cheating from when they got caught with the garbage cans and the buzzers? Doesn't look like it. I mean, even if it's a subtle cheating, cheating is cheating. Top of the second, 1-2 count, 1 away, runner on first. Valdez, 22 pitches in. Segura in the World Series batting a mere low 167. Come on, Segura. Let's go. 1-2 pitch, throw to first, safe. 22 pitches in for Framber Valdez. One-two pitch to Segura. Fouled off. 1-2 count. Yeah, it was a good, nice, solid win for us, but Colorado's garbage. They only have one win this year, so. All right, top of the second, 1-2 pitch. One away. Fouls it off himself. 1-2 count. Come on, Segura. Let's go, baby. Yeah, Ohio State looked like shit. I actually watched all of that game too. And, it was like 14-7 forever. And then they had to get their third touchdown, right in the fourth quarter with like 5 minutes left. So it was not an impressive win by Ohio State, which makes me feel that, if you struggle that bad against mediocre teams in your own division, how the hell are you going to compete with Tennessee? How the hell are you going to compete with Georgia? How the hell are you going to compete with Bama? And the answer is you're not. So, I don't want to think that Ohio State's a garbage team. They're not. They're definitely a top 5 team, but they're just not on the same. Maybe after Tennessee got beat, if it's a neutral field, maybe that's a good matchup. But I don't think Ohio State is going to be able to keep up with Georgia. Obviously, today we got to see if Bama can win this game against LSU, which I think they will. But punched him at. But we'll have to kind of wait and see. Second strikeout for Framber Valdez. 7 to go to tie what he had in game number 2. All right, Framber. Next up, in a lineup change, Matt Vierling. No Bryson Stott today. So they're going for a different direction. I mean, I imagine we'll see Bryson Stott later, possibly. Yeah, no Bryson Stott and no Brandon Marsh. So they're banking on these two to do something today. Matt Vierling and then Edmundo Sosa. They have to come up big today if the Phillies are going to win. They have to have some kind of role on offense and defense today if we're going to go to 7. Some kind of role. Doesn't have to be a home run, but just some kind of impactful plays, to keep the Phillies in it. Especially if you're replacing Vierling and Sosa, right? It could have been Bryson Stott and obviously his teammate, We'll find out with Brandon Marsh. Because clearly Marsh and, Bryson Stott are better, but, sometimes you got to just switch up the lineup a little bit. .3-0 count. Walked him. There we go. Make an impact, getting a walk. There you go, Vierling. Framber with the walk. Next up, Edmundo Sosa.
second for the Phillies. John, they throughout this postseason have been really good with runners in scoring position until late. They've gone 1 for their last 23. Yeah, they hit a dry spot at the wrong time. And Valdez facing
Top of the second, 2 outs, runners on first and second. A good opportunity for them to capitalize here. You know, Edmundo Sosa, I mean, I'm not sure if you really expect anything. He's batting .333, 2 for 6, no homers, right? But he rarely plays like Matt Vierling. So I don't know if you really expect anything from Vierling and Sosa, but maybe they can impact the game by drawing some walks, just like Vierling did. First pitch, fouled off, 0-1 count. Oh, 1 pitch. Oh, popped up. Back. Oh! Wow. Holy shit, what a catch. Yordan Alvarez, he said, no problem. Okay. Well, Yordan Alvarez with that good defense leaves 2 runners stranded as we go to the bottom of the second. Wow. Good defense there. I mean, leaving runners stranded is the story of everybody's life. It happens all the time. Let's see what Zach Wheeler has in his bag. Obviously, here in the bottom of the second. Just has to have good control. Can't be walking too many people. Lots of pop-ups and ground outs. That's is obviously what he's hoping for. And just a clean game into the 6th inning, or at least, you know, not getting beat up too bad. I would assume you probably want to give up less than 3 runs is the goal. I mean, no runs would be ideal, but realistically, Houston's got the bat. So we'll have to kind of wait and see on how that all plays out.
It's actually a lot less than we thought.
This is nice.
It's time to love your floors. Lumber Liquidators is now LL Flooring, your expert from inspiration to installation. Right now, save up to 15% on waterproof floors.
How did we get here? Low wages, high inflation, record crime, illegal immigration from places as far away as Pakistan. Our cities are
All right, baby, let's go.
But instead of helping us, Joe Biden has sent $66 billion to Ukraine, weapons worth billions more. And now, Joe Biden's fighting Ukraine could lead to nuclear Armageddon.
Sosa flied out to left. Due up for your Houston Astros, Alex Bregman. Batting second, Kyle Tucker. And batting third, Christian Vasquez. All right, Bregman. See what you got.
Looks like we're in a screensaver. We need to go higher. Higher. Like really high. You ready? Yeah. We should go even higher. I'm good.
Adventure elevated. Discover more in the Subaru Outback Wilderness. Love is what makes Subaru Subaru.
All right, let's go. Going to the bottom of the second. Couple runners stranded for each side, 0-0. So far, a good opportunity for Zach Wheeler to kind of impose his will, as well as Framber Valdez to get back to those 9 Ks that he had in game number 2. All right, here we go. Wheeler, first pitch, right down the middle, strike 1. Little dribbler. 1 away. Next up, Kyle Tucker.
Well, Sosa got the curveball I was talking about, and it looked like for a minute this collective crowd held their breath as the big left fielder put the ball in his glove, and that was close to a huge moment in this game. He's watching his play. He is, yeah. Back there pretty calmly, looking pretty smooth. The one gone in the second inning, Kyle Tucker. This is the guy, if I'm Wheeler.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
With runners on. I mean, this is the guy you got to pitch around in the lineup. Oh, he shows flying. Pops it back out of play. The reason I'm saying that, even though Vasquez
Popped up, foul, 0-1 count. Well, I'll send some good vibes your way, Caitlin. I hope that you feel better. And you said this is the first time that you've been sick in what? You said a couple years? That's rough. And obviously working in like the medical field, you always have to be very cautious, washing your hands and making sure that you're being as sanitary as possible. Prayers up for you. I'll be praying for you. Tucker pitches inside, 1-1 count. I know Holly was in the stream yesterday, and then when she went to go throw out the garbage, slipped and fell on her tailbone and her dislocated elbow that she had from before. Luckily, scrapes and bruises, and that was it. So I imagine she went down some steps, was taking out the garbage and slipped, and I talked to her last night and today. So prayers up for Holly as well, that she recovers. It doesn't sound like it's that major, but still, you know, as you get up in age, when you can take a fall, you know, from something like taking the garbage out, or, you know, when it's icy and you're going to your car and you slip and fall, sometimes you can get banged up a little bit more than anticipated. Bottom of the second, 1-2 count. Pitch is high, 2-2 count. Come on, Wheeler. Let's go, Zach. Wheeler's on pitch 13. Tucker in the World Series batting .222, but at any given moment, he can make a big play. Check swing, foul, 2-2 count. Yeah, the patient and the nurse. There you go. Well, I hope it just ends up being a couple days for you, not like a week and a half, 2 weeks. I don't want you to suffer like that. Hooking, foul. Crowd got really excited there. Still 2-2 count. Come on, Zach. Show me something. I'm not sure if we're going to go to game 7 today, but at least give it all you got. I mean, you guys kind of put yourself in a bad position by losing, you know, game 4 and game 5. If you guys would have been able to win those, Phillies would have won the World Series. But now down 3-2, it's not impossible, but it's definitely not looking too good. Full count. Fouled off. Still full count. Wheeler on pitch 17. Tucker on his 8th pitch at this at-bat. Bottom of the second. Full count. Fouled off. Bottom of the second, full count, 1 out. 0-0 game. Tucker batting .222. Wheeler on pitch 18. And he walked him. Damn. Wheeler with the walk. On Kyle Tucker. Next up, Christian Vasquez. What's up, Brian? Bottom of the second, 1 out. Wheeler on pitch 19. Runner on first. In the box, Christian Vasquez. First pitch to Vasquez. Fouled off. 0-1 count. I'm good, man. Like I had a tree come down next to our parking spot that was like 15, 20 feet tall. Luckily, it fell the opposite way of the cars and more towards like the dumpster area for garbage and whatnot. So they got it all chopped up with some saws, and I think it took a couple guys a couple hours to get it all cleaned up, but they got it done. And lots of trees and, you know, crazy weather. We had a winter weather advisory wind warning here in Oregon last night, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, 0-2 count. And there were some trees that got, you know, pushed over, you know, from the roots and whatnot, but it could have been much, much worse. We had kind of a worse one last winter, but overall, you know, things are okay. I still was able to take Paisley on an hour walk. We got a chance to watch WWE Crown Jewel. I know it sounds like Logan Paul on Twitter, based off my thread. I don't follow him, but based off like Bleacher Report and the other, you know, news outlets say that he messed his knee up with a sprain or a tear. So he looks like he's going to be out for a while. That has punched him out at first base, but Crown Jewel was pretty good. Probably a 7. Bailey versus Bianca Belair was the best match. That was the showstopper. Then I watched Oregon beat Colorado. I watched Tennessee get their ass kicked by Georgia. I pretty much was just trying to, you know, spend as much time with my puppy, but be as involved as I can be with everything that's going on. So, all right, due up for your Philadelphia Phillies. Kyle Schwarber, 0 for 0 with a walk. Reese Hoskins, 0 for 1. And JT Realmuto, still 0 for 0. Let's go, Schwarber. Yeah, well, it's not necessarily the garbage, you know, guys. It was, you know, the maintenance people, you know, at the location. So at least it gave them something to do, you know, instead of having to do, you know, something else. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I guess, you know, at least you know that your services are valuable. It's not like they have to, you know, it's not like they're going up there picking up dog crap or picking up garbage. You know, they're actually making sure that, you know, the people are safe and getting that debris out of the way and whatnot. So, I mean, they get paid well. So, I mean, at least they had something to do. But it was pretty bad last night, about 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Few trees came down or got uprooted, but nothing got damaged at our location. So that's good. Zach, what to do, man? How are you? Hey, big win against Oklahoma, huh? You know, like everyone's like, well, after Kansas, you know, started undefeated, then they had a couple tough matchups, and then people stopped talking about them. Big win for you. I didn't watch the whole game, but I watched snippets of Kansas. Congratulations with that. We all know about the terrible jokes. I'm just waiting for you and JT to have a joke off. So we'll end up getting there. How's it going? No, nothing yet. But like I said, you're here. So hopefully we can get that changed. But we have been getting good views. Twitter did really well yesterday with the Beaver game, going against UW. We hit almost 300 views on that stream on Twitter, let alone the views, on the YouTube. So I'm one of the only YouTubers that's got their full show, not only on YouTube, but Twitter as well. So people will watch on Twitter if they feel like it. But if you want to be able to comment and interact, you have to come to the YouTube side. So if you want to comment, react, or donate, you have to be able to do it here. Otherwise, you can spy or just watch over there. So top of the third, 0-0 game. Devin Neal. Mike is back. How are you, Mike? All right, here we go. Top of the third, 0-0. Framber on the mound. Schwarber in the box. 2-0 count. First plate appearance for Kyle Schwarber was a walk. Maybe he can go yard and get things going.
You got 2 games at home to win 1. Now, you really have 1 game at home to win 1, because if you go to a game 7, anything can happen. So if I'm the Phillies, that's what I'm saying. Force a game 7, their advantage is gone.
2-0 pitch, strike, 2-1 count. Framber Valdez is a pitch 35. Still has looked pretty solid since his game 2 appearance with the supposed cheating, reaching into his mitt with the substance. 2-2 count. Framber Valdez on the mound. Top of the third, 2-2 count, no outs. Schwarber, maybe we'll get a Schwarber bomb either at this at-bat or the next. Punched him at Framber Valdez with another K. Schwarber struck out looking. Schwarber. Struck out looking. Swing, dude. Gosh, he's right there. Next up, Rhys Hoskins. Nice. It's always good when you can spend time with family or the girlfriend or whoever, and you can watch the game and to get a big win against a team that's ranked, even though you guys were ranked earlier in the year and then fell out of the top 25. So awesome to see you with that big upset, man. I'm always going to root for teams that are lower, like Kansas. They're known as a basketball school, not football, but it's great to see that the football side is starting to maybe not catch up to the basketball side, because the basketball side is like, national champion, but for football, if you can get to the top 25 and go to some decent bowl games in the next couple years, that's a hell of a start for a team that has a hard time winning typically games. And you guys are starting to turn the corner, and I love it. Top of the third, 2-1 pitch. 2-2 count. Valdez is money right now. You can tell he's got really good control. Him and the catcher are on point today. Come on, Rhys. 0 for 1 in his first at bat. 2-2 pitch. Inside. 3-2 count. Full count. Eagles John in the building. How are you? Yeah, so we got Mike in here. Sarah, Eagles John. We got Brian. We got Zach. Caitlin was in here earlier, but she's feeling crappy. Oh, foul. Lucky. They're lucky there. Full count, went foul.
Another one down the line, almost identical. Wow, that one. I mean, that is like an eighth of an inch. It's credit card. And I have Sony right on both.
Top of the third, full count, 1 out. 3-2 pitch to Rhys Hoskins. Valdez on pitch 43. Time is called. Struck him out. Looking. Damn. Can somebody swing? Hello? Hello? Schwarber? Hello? Reese? Hello? I guess not. I guess nobody's swinging. Because if there's any time to swing, you're going to want to swing at Valdez's pitches. He's right in the strike zone. It's not like he's pitching shitty and you have to be patient. He's locked in. He's trying to win Game 6, and they're trying to win the World Series. You got to swing. Come on, Schwarber. Come on, Reese. Next up, JT Realmuto. Those are the worst when you get struck out looking. Striking out swinging is one thing, but getting struck out looking is worse. Top of the third, 1-0 count, 2 outs. JT Realmuto fouled third, 1-1 count. Reflect in the building. How are you? Yeah, and on the marker, on the line itself. I mean, it's one of those things that's going to have to be, the ump, on that particular side, but
His
2-2 count, right down the middle. Struck him out. Struck out the side. All right, Framber. Going to the bottom of the third.
Without these diamonds.
Diamonds. I'm just here for the stains. With Persil Pro Clean. Boom. It's more than clean. It's Persil Pro Clean.
At Marshall's, our buyers search far and wide for the best deals on the brands you love. They also search near and narrow. But people don't really say that. We get the deals, you get the good stuff. Marshall's.
Back when I had a working circulatory system, you had to give your right arm to find great talent. But with
Next up for the Houston Astros,
right at your fingertips,
Trey Mancini,
where businesses meet great remote talent, and remote talent meets
Chaz McCormick, and Martin Maldonado. And on the mound is still Zach Wheeler. Thank you, Mike. Mike's going to get us started. Thank you. Appreciate you, Mike.
Between the high interest, the fees, felt trapped. So I broke up with my credit card debt and consolidated it into to a low-rate personal loan from SoFi. I finally feel like a grown-up.
Break up the credit card debt. Get a personal loan with no fees.
There we go. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. 1966 dono. $20 dono from my boy, Mike Morgan. 1966, baby. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, baby. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see for photos during the commercial break, and then I'll be able to try to get you some. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Got the cheesesteaks in one city, got the Tex-Mex here in Houston, where we go to the bottom of the third in game 6.
All right, $20 in donos. Thank you so much, Mike. We appreciate you. We love you. Someone has to start it off, and then once we get one person, usually it'll start to pick up a little dono train action. Wheeler on pitch 22. Strike one. Pitch is fouled off. Oh, 1 pitch. Dribbler foul. 0-2 count. Oh, 2 pitch. Outside, and it's going to be ball 1. 1-2 count, bottom of the third. 0-0 game. Wheeler on the mound. Mancini in the box. Pitches outside, 2-2 count. Mancini in the World Series, 0 for 6. Bat is cracked. Foul. Gonna have to switch bats now. New bat for Trey.
Series in 6 years. We win it all for the first time since 2017.
All right, here we go. Bottom of the third, 2-2 count. Mancini, there he goes. Nice little dribbler. First hit in the postseason for Trey Mancini. Big smile on his face to finally get off the schneid. I mean, it's fucking game 6. So he said, hey, better late than never. Better late than never. Next up, Chaz McCormick.
McCormick, one of the heroes of Game 5, with a defensive play that not many people had any business making. McCormick happens to be at his best, going back into his left, and that's where he had to go to make the catch of his life. Robbie JT Realmuto with 2 bases and 1 hit.
1-0 count. 1-0 pitch to McCormick. Popped foul. His bat is broken.
In the ninth inning, he said off of the bat, he thought this ball was gone. He got to the wall in time to time that jump up. Laid there on the ground for a moment, and he said he looked up at Phillies fans and saw their faces and a flashback to when he says he was one of them. As a 13-year-old, the Phillies lost the World Series to the Yankees. And one of the fans that was sitting there looking back at him got this picture of the imprint on the dirt. How cool is that shot? Really cool. And for the Astros, you're hoping the same result happens here. One broken bat. Mancini got a new one. It was rewarded. Broken bat here by McCormick.
Bottom of the third, 1-1 count, no outs, runner on first. Chas McCormick in the box, and Zach Wheeler on the mound. Wheeler on pitch 30. Chas McCormick batting .250 in the World Series. Runner on first, 1-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss, 1-2 count.
He couldn't believe how clear it was, and actually said, I'm not even sure if that is real. But he said, if we win tonight, I am framing that and putting it on the wall. Looks like something out of a new steel. Chas Chop, they've started doing here the last couple of years. Love Chas McCormick. Who leaves the fastball upstairs in the bottom of the field, too. Debuted last season. Which he played for the better part of his 2 years in the major leagues. At one point this summer was getting sent down to AAA. They called him back because of an injury. He has seized center field here in this postseason run. On a 2-2 from Zach Wheeler. He takes ball 3.
Full count.
To make his first pitch of the game, because if he were to get 2 runners out in the bottom part of the lineup, that brings up the heat of the order coming up. And the recipe for
Bottom of the third, 3-2 count. Wheeler, pitch 33. Chas McCormick, 3-2 count. Runner on first. Let's see what happens. 3-2 pitch. Broken bat. Get the double. Nope, didn't get him since that bat went flying. Wow. One away. Next up, Martin Maldonado. Shitty throw by Wheeler right there. If he just would have gained his composure and threw better throw to, fucking second base, it could have been an easy double play. Shitty ass throw, and he went fucking way left. Bottom of the third, 1 out. Martin Maldonado batting .231 in the World Series. Wheeler is on pitch 35. Thank you, Sarah. Bang, 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 baby. $10 holla. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. Let me know what you want to see for photos during the break, and I will be able to take care of you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Same thing goes for Mike when he decides what he wants as well, and then I will take care of both of you guys in the next few commercial breaks. There we go. Now we're at 30, 70 to go. Bottom of the third, 1-1 count, 1 out. Runner on first, Wheeler on the mound. Maldonado in the box. 1-1 pitch. Dribbler. Down third. Boom. Got him. Okay, perfect. I got you. 2 away. Good defense from Alec Boehm. He's a wizard at third base, man. I can't tell you how many plays that he's saved Philadelphia at third base, not only during the regular season, but in the postseason. He's been money. Two up, Jose Altuve. What's the name of your running back that went for 200? I'll look him up and I'll see if I can get some photos of him. I'll do some team photos for your Iowa Hawkeyes, but give me some names on the roster, and then maybe I can look up a player or two. I mean, I might not be able to find good stuff from today's game unless they have a really good photographer that has shit posted already. Bottom of the third, 2 outs, 2-0 count. Caleb Johnson, Sam Laporta. Okay, I got it. Caleb Johnson was the guy who got the yards, so right? 2-0 count.
On this one.
2-2 count. Nice strike there on Altuve.
2-2 on Altuve. And you'll notice the last couple pitches, JT started out in and then moved away. See that? That's in case the runner's given location, so you kind of deep the location. The pitcher knows where it's going to be, and at the last second, the catcher gets to the desired spot. And 2 great pitches. Down in the count, 2-0 now. Thin ice with a 2-out chance for Altuve.
2-2 count, foul.
Wheeler sticks with the hard stuff against one of the best in the game at hitting fastballs. We talked about that lack of force seam. Fastballs the first time at 14%. This one already at 42%. He's put his force seam. He feels like he's got it back.
Big swing and a miss. Struck him at. End of the third inning. Nice punch at. I see you, Zach. Next up, for your Philadelphia Phillies, Bryce Harper. 0 for 1. Nick Castellanos, 0 for 1 with a K. And batting third in this inning, Alec Bohm, 1 for 1. Let's go over some Iowa photos here for Sarah. On their $10 dono.
The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. Brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
And then we got the Caleb.
We chose our Spark
I got your Caleb right here, your Caleb Johnson. That's a cool photo. And I even got Slam Laporta.
So our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. We use our 2% cash back to help cover our employees' healthcare costs.
That's how we take care of our most valuable asset.
Jack Campbell.
It may sound cheesy,
But we like it that way.
but in your wallet.
After my stroke, I was just grateful to see Giselle and our kids. Across Pennsylvania, I keep seeing families that don't have enough time to focus on each other. They're struggling, left behind. We gotta make it easier for people to spend.
All right, let me see if I can get you Jack Campbell.
Politicians spend so much time fighting about the things that don't matter.
There we go. Your boy has to work quick. Commercial breaks are not very long. Boom, I got you.
More time with those we love. I'm John Fetterman, and I approve.
Good photos, too. Good action shots.
Rocket Mortgage will cover 1% of your rate for the first year at no cost to you, saving you hundreds, even thousands with Inflation Buster.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Mike, what do you want to see?
More date nights. Plus, if rates drop within 3 years of your refinance tomorrow. Visit inflationbuster.com to get started. Did you know Google makes the phone?
Yeah, I did see some statistics for defense and how their defense has been playing pretty good all year, like based off statistics and analytics and whatnot. Just need that offense to start playing better. And normally the offense is usually pretty good. So if you match a top 30 offense with a top 10 defense, usually you can end up winning 8 games or more. And that's kind of what we've seen from Iowa, except for this year. It's been a struggle on the offensive side with coaching, play calling, and just offensive execution. But the defense hasn't been too bad. I haven't watched every game like you, but I have caught a few and tried to watch, little snippets here and there. So. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously the game is at home, so you would assume that the Astros have a huge advantage. They only have to win one game, and the Phillies have to win 2. Yeah, but I did see an interesting stat earlier today, and it said that teams that went up 3-2, right, the team that was ahead has actually lost the last 2 times this has happened. And last time it happened, it was Astros versus Braves, I believe, and the Braves won 6-7, right, when they were needed to go on the road, and they beat the Astros, I believe. And then the one before that the same scenario happened, was the Cubs winning, and they were down 3-2 and won the last 2 on the road. So it's not impossible, but the last time this scenario has happened, the last 2, the Cubs and I believe the Braves, I know the Astros were the losing team on the last one, and then the Cubs were the winning team, obviously, on the one before that. I believe it was the Astros versus Braves is the one that one happened. So, I mean, it shows you can still be down 3-2 and win 2 games on the road and be a champion. But, this Astros team is a little different, though, compared to those other teams that those other teams were going against. Yeah, so it must have not been that one then. I have to go back and look at the stat, but I know the Astros were the losing team, so maybe it was against. I'm trying to think of who would have been against in that scenario, unless maybe they were the winning team and they did it against like the Dodgers. Maybe that's what it was. But I know the Cubs were the winner in the first one. When they were down 3-2 in this I can't find it on my Twitter timeline anymore. So maybe it was the Cubs that ended up winning on the road, and then maybe the Astros were the team that won, maybe over the Dodgers, since that one did go 7. So I think that's what it was. Hard for me to remember how many, games it went, 6 or 7, especially if it's been a year or 2 or 3. I don't think most people remember that off the top of their head. What World Series, how many games did the World Series go every year? Top of the 4th, 2-2 count. Big swing and a miss. Punched him out. One away. Bryce. Stuck out, swinging. Next up, Nick Castellanos. Chopper, foul. 55 pitches in for Framber. Yeah, it must have been the Astros winning then in 7 over the Dodgers. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe Dodgers were up 3-2, and then Astros won the last 2 on the road. Someone can look that up. Yeah, that might have been another one, because the last one that they went over based off those stats was that they said Astros and they said Cubs, and so the Cubs I believe was 2016, somewhere around there. So maybe just in the last 6 years they had 2 instances, but then if you go back even further, but you might be able to look that up for me, Caitlin, to look to see how many teams that were down 3-2 and then had to go on the road to win those last 2 and won the World Series. I guess you just have to look up to see how many games that were in Game 7. So, 2011. Yeah, Cubs did, because that's what I remember. So maybe they're talking about World Series and playoffs combined instead of just World Series only. But I do remember when I scrolled through it, I remember seeing the Astros name in one of the things and then the Cubs in the other. So, but essentially, they were just saying if you get fucking down 3-2, and not all is lost, even though it feels like it for Philadelphia. 1-2 count. Yeah. But if you do a little research there for me, Caitlin, I imagine you'll be able to find the correct answer and maybe find that information that I saw this morning. The Nats. Yeah, maybe it was them. The Nats. And they were down 3-2 and 1-2 on the road. Yeah, so it wasn't Astros. Maybe it was the Nats then. Who did the Nats play in the World Series? But I know Cubs was one of them. 2019. All I know is the two stats were within the last 6 years. So, but I didn't take a time to like retweet it to have it in my timeline. I probably should have. So that way I would have been able to come over that information and remember it off the top of my head. But it was just like, well, oh, we got him. Nope. 2-2 count. I remember I was just watching, Crown Jewel, and I was watching Georgia, Tennessee, and Oregon, and I was just kind of multitasking, doing like 4 things at once, and I saw that, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Guess all is not lost for Philadelphia, maybe. The Nats and the Astros. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah. So maybe the Astros were up, and then the Nats ended up winning the last 2 on the road to win the World Series. And then the Cubs did the same thing. And the Cubs played, what was it, the Indians? Is that who it was? Cleveland Indians before they came the Guardians? I mean, when you cover NFL, college football, MLB, NBA, AEW, WWE, NASCAR, and all the above, sometimes when you have stuff like that, it's, you're not going to be able to remember every game. Two pitch. Foul. Yeah. Well, that's the only thing they can hang their hat on. They're like, well, fuck, we lost, game 4 and we lost game 5. We're fucked. And then that stat came up and like, oh shit, we can win now. Sometimes you need a little positive assurance, and maybe they're hanging their hat a little too much on that stat, but it has happened. But, I'm not sure if those teams, that ended up winning beat a team like this Astros team this year. I mean, we know if you get to the World Series, you're the real deal, Holyfield, regardless. But yeah, I'm sad. I mean, this could be the last game, and then if they go game 7, then I have to make a decision if we do Sunday night baseball, Sunday night, football with the Chiefs and the Titans. I already paid for the thumbnail. Or if we do World Series game 7. I don't like throwing money away. And Johnny always wants me to get a hold of him early because he's got so many people and shit that he's doing. But it's like, this will probably be, the only time where, because we were going to have to go through the same scenario during Monday Night Football. And we decided to do the Bengals and Browns, and they ended up getting rained out or whatever. So it all ended up working out. But yeah, NASCAR's over on Sunday. Tomorrow we'll do that. And then we'll find out what happens here, and we'll either do game 7 and I'll pay for a thumbnail for that, or we'll do the Chiefs and Titans. I'm actually looking forward to that matchup. Got him. 7th strikeout. Castellanos is like, this is bullshit. Let's look at the strike zone again. It's low. That's not a strike. Bullshit. It's not even close. It's all how the catcher frames the ball.
Reads that strikeout. 2 up, 2 down, 4th inning. Alex Ball, who's got the
Yeah, I mean, I've already have the thumbnail paid for, and it's Chiefs and Titans. It'll be fun. You know what I mean? So, we'll just like, if we go to game 7, I'll get more views if I do World Series though. You know what I mean? That's the only thing. I mean, my views, the NFL market is so oversaturated. It's really hard to get views on NFL, regardless of how good you are. There's just so many people that suck that do live streams. And then you got the heavy hitters at the top. There's not a whole lot of wiggle room for the people that are kind of in the middle. And that's why NASCAR and baseball do so much better for me than NFL and other stuff. I mean, NFL actually is like the lowest out of everything. Just too oversaturated of a market, but we'll figure it out.
You've been working from home, but your roommate just took up her
So it's like I might be able to get more potential donos doing football, but the overall views are much higher in NASCAR, baseball, pretty much, and even NBA. Most of the NBA stuff even gets more. So, but I guess it just depends on who's willing to support you, or if you got a bunch of little kids just trolling or browsing. All right, we're going to the bottom of the 4th. But if the Astros end up winning the World Series, then we won't have to worry about it. Then we can just move on and go from there. So, all right, due up for the Houston Astros, Jeremy Pena, 0 for 1. Yordan Alvarez, 0 for 1. And Alex Bregman, 0 for 1.
We do the shopping for you.
How do you know what I like? And what fits?
You tell us your size, budget, and style.
Wait, is it a subscription?
No commitment required here.
And I only pay for what I keep.
Yep,
I live in debt. Can you send me jeans?
we've got you.
What about shoes? Style for me, for me, for me, for me.
Always. We'll pick the clothes. You enjoy the great fit. Stitch Fix.
There's nothing like hitting the waves.
There's nothing like volunteering, but my moderate to severe eczema can make it hard.
Now I'm staying ahead.
Yeah, we need to pursue a lot. We need pitching and hitting, but primarily hitting. So what we'll see, I mean, Mariners are going to be a destination where people are going to want to come and play with Julio and with the rest of the squad that we have. So I don't know who we're going to be able to get, but I think we will get a couple big names this year and next year to keep stacking the roster. And who knows, maybe we'll make an ALDS, maybe an ALCS. Who knows, maybe even a World Series in the next 10 years. It's tough to say, but I like the direction of where our team is going. And then another commercial that has music attached. LSU 7, Bama 6. What is going on, Mike? Is Bryce Young even playing? Like, what's going on here? And I know LSU is ranked 10th, but they're not like a championship caliber team. They're better than they have been in the last few years, besides the Joe Burrow team. But, I mean, this should be an easy win for you guys, even on the road. But a lot of teams have struggled this weekend for whatever reason.
bringing us back from break. One of these two teams going to be champs at the end of this weekend. Both pitchers locked in so far.
Valdez is dealing, but I still can't get over the fact of him cheating in game 2. And they're not really talking about it. I mean, the guy had a substance inside his mitt, for grip. And he had it in the mitt, and he was wiping it on the ball and on his jersey and his pants, after the ump checked his hair or his hands. I mean, once a cheater, always a cheater. Isn't that what they say? Like the Patriots, it's like when you start disrespecting, the rules and the overall, love of the game. And if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. It's not like it stopped Belichick after he got slapped on the wrist the first time. He continued to cheat. And I don't know. I feel like the Astros, they might not do the garbage can thing or buzzers anymore, but I feel that there'll be other ways that they can find to bend the rules. Apple Watches, substance inside their gloves, whatever it is. I mean, he's a hell of a pitcher. Don't get me wrong. But we always think that certain people are amazing, until we find out that they're cheaters. Like Lance Armstrong. Thought he was so great, cheater. Bonds, cheater. McGuire, cheater. Rafael Palmeiro, cheater. Sosa, cheater. Belichick, cheater. Altuve, cheater. I mean, that shit don't go away. Once you're labeled a cheater, that's with you forever. You ain't getting out of that. Period. 9-7 Bama, good. That's good for Mike's mental health. Bottom of the fourth, 0-1 count. Yordan Alvarez popped up. 1 away. Next up, Alex Bregman.
Down in game 2, Sacramento did settle in after they ambushed him in the first inning, and then in the fifth, this guy here, Alex Bregman, cracked a 2-run home run against him.
Yeah, but views for the World Series games have been pretty good besides game 1. Game 1 was low, under 300, but then we've had 1,200 plus views in game 2, 1,100 in game 3, 1,700 for game 4, 1,800 for game 5, and now we'll see what we end up here on game 6. I think we're going to be over 1,000 when it's all said and done. So, and even with upgraded thumbnails for NFL games, still it's, especially if they're not helping me out and not giving notifications out, not supporting me, or using me as a recommended channel, it's hard to break through. Plus, when you have a lot of the top heavy hitters with so many people going there, and then you got all the other people that are streaming that either are just booty cheeks or they're new, it's hard to gain ground. It's much easier, to gain ground on places that maybe don't have as many people, but at least people know who I am now for baseball and NASCAR, and I will continue to do that for the rest of my life. So just nice to be able to have other things to do besides NFL and wrestling. And then obviously I will do more NFL, more college football, more wrestling, and then we'll transition to a little bit of NBA and college hoops, a little NHL, a little World Cup, since we are going to be ending the World Series either today or tomorrow, and then NASCAR championship is tomorrow. So we're going to be losing 2 things. And obviously if I have to do NBA, it's not going to be as fun for me compared to baseball or NASCAR, but at least it's content. Struck him out. Bregman struck out swinging. 3rd K for Zach Wheeler. Next up, Kyle Tucker. Yeah, we already had him, though. He ain't going to come back to the Mariners when we already had him. Yeah, Tucker is very good. To me, he's the most underrated big name player that nobody knows about. He just comes, we not a lot of people knew who Jeremy Pena was, rookie, but then getting Gold Glove and now seeing all the clutch hitting. Jeremy Pena is a superstar. That's the equivalent of like a J-Rod or a Julio on the Astros, Jeremy Pena. But as far as Tucker's concerned, he's another guy that I'm trying to think of who he reminds me of. John Olerud. I mean, kind of like with that stance and the way that he looks, kind of tall, lanky, kind of guy, but most of the time he's very money. Little dribbler down first base, and he's at. No score. Maybe Zach can keep wheeling and dealing. Only 3 Ks so far. But 3 is better than 0, especially when the matchup is 0-0. End of the 4th inning as we go to the top of the 5th. And the longer this game goes scoreless, it benefits Philadelphia. Because as far as like the mental aspect, you're not down 3-0. You're not down 4. You're not woe is me and giving up, So at least at this point, it's like you're starting the game over from the first inning. And, you just got to be able to grind it out for these last, 4 innings and to see if you can win this game and force a game 7. Next up for the Philadelphia Phillies. 0 for 1 with a K, Gene Segura. 0 for 0 with a walk, Matt Vierling. And 0 for 1, Edmundo Sosa. Come on, Segura.
Reflect in the past, celebrate the future. This season with Audi.
Did you hear the one? The one about a kid from Oakland who grew up shooting hoops with a milk crate?
9-7, Bama. Still plenty of time to get a little bit more padded on, but not ideally what you would want to see, I guess, out of Alabama. Mike's still in the room, or did he leave?
What's next, Rip City?
Edmundo Sosa is a Cardinal, former Cardinal. How did he do for you guys when he was there? Good, or is he booty?
The community and raising the standard of care for over 160 years. And we are honored to bring you top-rated Medicare Advantage coverage. Providence plans start at just $0.
Oh, yeah, I loved Olerud. I loved him on the Blue Jays. I loved him on the Mariners. He was just a cool player. Had a cool look. He was a lefty. Sosa was okay. Well, obviously, if he was good, he probably still would be on the Cardinals. So, and I talked to Zini today. Zini got some good Eagle tickets for next weekend against the Commandos. So I got a chance to talk to her today this morning. It's always good to kind of peep and check up, on the different goats and just making sure everyone's good mentally. And she's back home, Philly, visiting Philadelphia and some of her friends.
Credit unions by opening a 5% new member savings. Schedule an appointment to review your financial goals at your local branch.
Rivermark Community Credit Union, now open in Vancouver.
The 2022 World Series on Fox is presented by Capital One. No score, fifth inning, game 6. Phillies trying to force a game 7. Astros on the verge of a title. Bottom of the order for Framber Valdez, who's retired 7 straight. 5 Ks in there. Gene Segura, short ball, and play back to some time. Yeah, if you're the Phillies in this on the road, you got to win the first 5 innings. At least that's the way you would feel. So far, even though they're not winning, they're winning the first 5 innings because it's tied. Their pitchers matching Valdez. Now, if their offense can kind of scratch anything across, well, what that would be. Segura grounds on his second.
Segura,
An easy play for Jose Altuve.
one away.
With his 5th career home run hit this postseason. T-Mobile
Top of the 5th, still 0-0.
Caps hurricane recovery efforts. And if you text
Next up, Matt Vierling.
5959, T-Mobile donates another $5. 91 home runs hit this postseason. That adds up to $455,000 in donations for hurricane relief. Robert Valdez. Unique. Left-handed pitcher. Ground ball inducing Segura swinging this slider.
First pitch, 1-0 count.
And speaking of unique, the only other left-handed pitcher to strike out 5 in a row in a World Series game, Sandy Koufax.
My boy Sandy. Pitch is low, 2-0 count.
Vierling is the last guy to reach. He walked on 4 pitches his first time, so he's seen 6 pitches, all balls. There's 2-0. Strike 1.
2-1 count.
Mechanics again. I just fall in love with a guy who got some clean mechanics, but over the course of time, people's mechanics shouldn't have trouble throwing strikes. And the only reason he has trouble throwing strikes sometimes is he's got such movement on his pitches. And every once in a while, he takes the foot off the gas with his sinker, almost as trying to get ahead without really firing that two-seamer in the zone. Altuve again. 2 up.
2 down.
Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Chevrolet. Electric vehicles for everyone.
All right, my phone just died, so I'll have to wait a little bit here. My phone is just a piece of crap. I need to get a new one. Everything is just falling apart on it, just the charging part, everything. So I'll have to check Cash App once I have some charge on it. Top of the fifth, 2 out, 0-0. Valdez on pitch 73. Edmundo Sosa in the box. First pitch, 0-1 count. Oh, 2 count. Popped up foul. Pitch is high, 1-2 count. I don't know what the hell is wrong with my phone now. It's like it's not even charging. It's time for your boy to get a new phone. I mean, it was at like 8% and then it just died. I was like, okay, well.
You're talking about the mix of Valdez. This is why it's so hard to hit him. He's not very tall, but he throws tall. And what I mean by that is the ball comes out in that same slot. You have no idea. You have no idea right there until the end. You have no idea what it is. You're trying to guess it. That's why they have a lot of swings and misses out of the zone. He's carving through them tonight. Strikes out at Lugo Sosa. Robert Valdez, 8 Ks through 5 scoreless innings, halfway home in Game 6.
Big K on Edmundo Sosa. Going to the bottom of the 5th inning. All right, I'm going to have to try to see if I can switch chords or something.
This is what real food looks like. Fresh, real meat and veggies. The food dogs were built to eat. The Farmer's Dog is changing the way we feed our pets. Visit tryfarmersdog.com to see your dog's personalized meal plan.
Introducing Fast Protect technology exclusively from SimpliSafe, an advanced technology that allows our professional monitoring agents to capture evidence and verify a threat is real for faster police response. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
There was this controversial figure. Everywhere he went, people challenged him. They questioned his ideology, trolled him, called him ugly names. But he never took the bait, never raised his voice, refused to retaliate, because he believed he could change the world by turning the other cheek.
Jeez.
Ironic. Edelman's struggling with reception.
2 things I hate dropping: balls and calls.
So you need a better network. And Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30 a line.
Verizon for $30?
Yeah, it's their best unlimited price ever.
I'm switching now.
And getting the network you want for $30?
Touchdown!
Oh, no!
Everyone can get Verizon for just $30 a line. And now's the time to switch, because you'll get up to $960. Only on the network America relies on. Verizon.
Let's see where this one takes me. Experience more with hard-to-get tables. Chase Sapphire Reserve. Wow. Chase, make more plus yours.
Hey, thanks for helping me out.
Of course, you can easily get helpful customer service over the phone or on the Progressive app, pretty much anywhere. Like at the coffee shop, at the park, or on the move. Just kidding. It's another coffee shop.
Now the hardware is in the house tonight. Astros trying to win it. Phillies trying to force a chance to win it tomorrow. And these two starters back and forth, tremendous. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Progressive Insurance, a grand plan for your budget.
All right, I had to switch chargers real quick, and I think the charger that I had was fucked up, and now it's charging on this other one. Thank God. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? I can't have my phone just die. All right, bottom of the fifth, 0-1 count. Wheeler on the mound. Pitch 52. Christian Vasquez in the box. Little dribbler. One away. Next up, Trey Mancini. Well, it does matter if he had it in his glove because it's cheating. I mean, if you're an Astro fan, that's fine, but cheating is cheating, bro. If they did it to you, you wouldn't be okay with that. If the Phillies players, were cheating and they were trying to be able to get, better pitching and better grip, cheating is cheating, bro. And defending a cheater, I mean, you can be an Astro fan all you want, but to act like that shit don't matter, that says a lot about you, bro. To act like that's not a big deal, for them cheating. I mean, that's like any typical Astro fan or Patriot fan having to defend the cheating. It's just like, okay, the cheating happened. It's still happening. I mean, if you're fine with supporting a team that cheats, that's cool with you, but I never will. And that shit does matter because if you look what happened with Verlander in game 1 and what happened in game 3, those pitchers got fucking rocked. And then all of a sudden the pitcher that cheated had 9 Ks. Bottom of the fifth, 1-2 count. That's an exact typical answer a cheater would say. It's more Belichick necessarily than Brady. I mean, if you want to be able to put Brady, a cheater, in there, but who do you really think orchestrated everything? You think it was Brady orchestrating all the cheating or Belichick? It's pretty clear. Bottom of the fifth, 1-2 count, 1 out. I mean, if people want to give Brady that cheating legacy, that's fine, but it's really more Belichick and the Patriots rather than Brady. If you want to put Brady on that list, that's fine. But I think most people don't really look at Brady as a cheater, regardless if that's, Patriots, Buccaneers, or if he ends up on the Niners or wherever he ends up. I think most of the cheating, because obviously if you notice some of the stuff with like Deflategate, some of that stuff got kind of debunked with everything. But there's been plenty of gates attached to New England. Big swing and a miss. Punched him out. I don't got time for that. Fuck out of here with that. 14-9 LSU. Bottom of the fifth, 2 outs. 0-0. Oh for 1, grounded out in the third inning, Chaz McCormick.
Is he starts getting a little lower with his release point, flattens out those pitches, and he doesn't have the same late life. But right now, at 61 pitches, don't see any signs of that being the case on Zach Wheeler.
Big swing and a miss, punched him out. End of the fifth inning.
Thanks. Been renting 5 years.
All right, top of the sixth, 0-0.
It worked.
Now Reds can boost your credit scores instantly. Free with Experian. Download the Experian app now.
When moderate.
Next up, Kyle Schwarber, 0 for 1. Base on ball and a K. Reese Hoskins, 0 for 2 with a K. And 0 for 1 with a K, JT Realmuto. I mean, even though Brady's on my Bucks, I mean, I don't have to, I don't own anything Brady. I got a bobblehead as a gift, and I got one of the T-shirts instead of Bucko Bruce. It's got Brady's face, but I don't own any of his merch. You know what I mean? But I think most of the stuff, that has come out is really geared more towards Bill rather than Tom. There was an incident with Tom's cell phone was maybe some damning evidence. You know what I mean? But I think really the ringleader of it all, was Bill. But as far as the Astros are concerned, who was involved? It was, not only the manager, but everyone that was involved. Pitchers, hitters, bench guys. It was a team effort to cheat with the garbage cans, the Apple Watches, putting buzzers on their hands, on their chest, on the bats. If you know what pitch is coming, it's a huge advantage. So, I mean, you can get World Series, championships, you can stack those, but no one's going to recognize them. Maybe Astros fans will recognize them. Patriot fans will recognize the Super Bowls where they cheated. And remember, they won the first 3 Super Bowls in 01, 03, and 04 by 3 against the Rams, the Panthers, and the Eagles. So who's to say that they weren't cheating in those as well? Recording people in the walkthrough and, turning off the, connections, for the helmet, when they were in New England. All of a sudden they have a big play on 3rd down and 5, and all of a sudden the communication goes dark. You think that shit was by coincidence? Hell no. Patriots did that shit on purpose to try to act like it was a malfunction in the stadium, and they just switched the channel over. And by the time that the channel got flipped back, it was already too late. I mean, that's the type of extra that these teams do, to try to make it look like, oh, it's a coincidence. No, you fucking did that shit on purpose. That's why I don't think anyone will ever really care about the Patriots or the Astros. So, Holly in the building. How are you? How's your elbow and your tailbone? Hopefully you're feeling a little bit better. Yeah, but deflated balls or not, that story got debunked anyways. They won by 30, 40 points. It's not like the Colts were going to win that fucking game anyways. You know what I mean? You have to go back and actually go through the investigative reports, and that one got debunked. So if that's the one that Brady is guilty on with association, it already got debunked. So now if it's the other ones like Spygate and all the others, that's Belichick. Yeah, we don't want we don't want you to break a butt cheek or your tailbone or dislocate your elbow. Yeah, I've done it too. And I sent you the picture of that tree that fell over next to the parking spot. They got it all cleaned up already, but I've done the same, going to take out the garbage. I got my slides on and all of a sudden it's a little icy, boom, fall right on my butt or twist my ankle. Yeah, it doesn't feel good, especially when we're getting up there in age. So 0-0, top of the sixth. Yeah, I don't think anyone gives a shit about Deflategate because they were going to win that game no matter what. You know what I'm saying? That's just something that the Colts players brought up, to probably try to investigate more. Bang! Schwarber bomb. There we go. But the Spygate was hella real for sure. There we go. Schwarber bomb, baby. Every big game, he goes dinger, donger, bing, bong, banger. Bing, bong, bing, bong, bing, bong, bang, bang, bang. Schwarber bomb. Big dinger. The longer this game, was going to be at 0-0, a big advantage for the Phillies mentally. There you go. Schwarber has been very clutch. Good job, Kyle. Next up, Reese Hoskins. Maga, do you think I'm a fucking idiot?
I said he's been in between on some of the pitches. He got really caught looking twice, but got the benefit of a call that turned into a walk the next time he struck out. Well, whatever his game plan was the third time.
Okay, well, don't you think if I had the ability to do one with this platform that I would? I have a ticker, and I have the pictures. Okay. It's not the first time that I heard that. Okay.
You got to be so quick on your feet. And this play right here is practiced 1,000 times in his mind and in spring training, and it becomes a staple for most third basemen who are so gifted like Bregman is.
See ya, bro. Top of the sixth, 1-0 Phillies.
Robert Valdez gives up a home run at home for the first time since July 3rd.
One out, top of the sixth, 0-1 count. Phillies up 1-0. JT Real Muto, 0 for 1 in the box. Framber Valdez on the mound. Dribbler towards third. Bregman, 2 away. Next up, Bryce Harper.
First two times he had him baffled, all right? So he starts off with a heartbreaking ball, throws the slow one. Good take so far. That one right there buckled him, but then he came right back with a breaking ball off the plate and the fastball. Inner third, and he got it and didn't let it come back. Most experienced guy.
All right, come on, Bryce.
On this Phillies roster, I think it's all as he addressed the team after they fell behind 3-2 in Philadelphia.
Top of the sixth, 2 outs. Phillies up 1-0.
His previous 6 trips to the postseason,
Harper shows bunt. 1-0 count.
postseason home run. Now, for Rob Thompson, that's huge. Even though it's only 1 run, it allows him to manage the game. He's going to manage this game, obviously, as a game 7, so his starter gets in any trouble. He'll have his horses ready to go. He prefer a little more
Oh, no.
than a 1 run, but at least gives him some momentum to get guys ready to finish this.
What's your brother's username?
Massive question coming into this game, given the velocity being down last time. But he has answered all those questions. Finally, they've gotten him some support.
Yes, I hope so too. Bryce? Foul.
Toward the zone out there. Well, we talked about, you've asked me, what's easier when you've had success with it.
Top of the 6, 1-0 Phillies.
I think when you haven't had success making adjustments, so Verlander do it right now to win. We've seen so far Wheeler
Just, ooh. Top of the 6, 1-2 count, 2 outs. Bryce struck him out. Damn it. Yeah, hopefully he comes through again. I would assume that he probably wouldn't chat. He'd probably just watch from afar, I would assume, if he's really shy and, you know. Yeah, especially in the first time, he's like, all right, I'm going to be brave. I'm going to go to this NWSF thing that Holly keeps talking about, and then sees the message. Oh, I broke a butt cheek in my elbow. And then he's like, oh, no. He's like, probably, oh, God. All right, we're going to the bottom of the 6th inning.
Some people get it, and some people can get it bad. And for those who do get it bad, it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, asthma, or smoking. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can
Right.
increase your risk
Maybe he knew.
of turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, don't wait.
How's the weather where you guys are at out there?
Authorized oral treatment is right for you.
What's Thunderstruck on Carnival?
What's Thunderstruck? Thunderstruck is...
All right, it looks like my phone is with that charger that maybe the charger was fucked up or whatever, but I definitely need to get a new phone sooner than later. This thing is about to crap out. Yeah. Well, it wasn't really any drama. You got injured, right? And then you had to go. So, and obviously if you left, then he's probably not going to stay because he doesn't know anybody besides you. So. Oh, no worries. I'm just glad you're here. Like I said, every stream that you're a part of ends up being a million times better if you're not. You know what I mean? There's always an uplift with you in the room. And that's not just me. That's everyone. You know, any of the GOATs, any of the mods, any of the regulars, you know, they'll tell you too. When you're in the room, it's definitely makes the stream more interesting. We'll have more things to discuss, and it ends up being a better stream overall. So we're always glad that when you can show up and spend time with us. We love you. And then hopefully your elbow and your wrist and everything ends up healing up, and we can see some more of your artwork in the next couple months. So. Really? I can show you guys a picture of what, I sent it to Holly and Sarah. Here, I'll show you guys a picture of this is what I had to deal with last night. So this is right next to my parking spot. Take a look at that. Fucking tree uprooted, and the parking spot is right there to the left. That's, luckily it fell the other way, but the tree's like 20 feet tall. So it went over where it's covering. That's where the garbage is, where they have like a wall, and then they have like, the 4 or 5 dumpsters and things over in that area. Yeah. So obviously for it to come out of the ground like that, it was definitely 50, 60, 70 mile an hour winds last night. So, but luckily nothing got damaged and they cleaned it all up. So yeah, I was shocked. I went out there and there was another guy with a pit bull and we were talking. It's this dude that I usually see walking his dog. And I was like, bro, is there any other trees that are down? And he said there was another one towards the main road. And we were both walking our dogs, trying to get that walk in before it started pouring again. And another guy came out, and we were just kind of observing everything and taking a look at the damage. But luckily it fell, onto the wall and into like the dumpster area where it didn't hit any cars. But if it would have, went over the other way, then at least 4 cars or 5 cars would have got damaged for sure. Probably some broken glass and crushed, hoods and the top of the vehicles would have got crushed, even with that type of tree size. So, but luckily it went the other way. So, yeah, definitely. And we've had stuff like that before, but not as that close to anything that's close to me. So, hit by pitch. What were you wearing? Were you wearing slippers or were you wearing shoes? Because almost every time when I fall, if I slip, it's because I'm wearing slides. I don't like wearing shoes unless I'm taking Paisley for a walk. Like I wear slides everywhere I go. I have like a Nike, Adidas, Jordan ones, whatever. I'm just most comfortable in slides, whether I'm in the house or I'm outside. Yeah, you got to make sure that gets better for sure. I'm glad that you're okay. Yeah, it was crazy. And the crazy part is they actually, maintenance crew got it all cleaned up within a couple hours. So lawn floods. Yeah, we do get lawn floods here in Oregon. It's not as common, but you do see them from time to time, and where drainage systems get backed up with a lot of leaves and debris. And sometimes roads will get flooded just based off all the mud and the leaves, causing a barrier to the sewers, and then things start to flood. But it doesn't happen that often. And it also depends on where, the location of the road is. So, oh, no traction. Time for new shoes. Yep. I need to get new shoes too. The shoes that I have, I used to have those for warehouse work when I was unloading those 40-foot trailers. And I've been walking outside every day, for like 6 months with Paisley, and the grip on those are starting to go. And the inside cloth is like falling apart. When I put my hand in there to put my foot in, I can feel like the cloth where it's like the actual shoe and the cloth is worn out. So yeah, I need to get a new phone, and I definitely need to get new shoes. Altuve to third. Double play. Got one. But I mean, normally I like Vapor Air Maxes, but it doesn't make any sense to pay $200 for shoes that I'm going to be wearing outside every day. Now, if I was going to like have shoes where I could like occasionally wear outside, and not necessarily to show off, but just like where I'm not actually exercising in the elements every day, then that would make sense. Maybe a Jordans or Kobe's or, Vapor Air Maxes. But if I'm going to be outside, it just doesn't really make any sense of paying $200, maybe, 75 to 100 for a good pair of shoes, 75 to 125. Yeah. But if I end up buying, a nice pair just to kind of, keep in good condition, then maybe some Vapor Air Maxes. Those are my favorite. But again, those run 200, and, I'd rather give back to you guys than buy shit for myself. So bottom of the 6th, 1-0 Phillies. Yeah, seriously, every shoe that I like that I've had before, whether it's really comfort level or style, and like sometimes you can go for like a shoe like that's popular, like a Jordan, but Jordans are uncomfortable as hell. The only thing you're buying the Jordan name and the little Jordan symbol on the front of the tongue and on the back of the shoe. But most of them are ugly, and then most of them they don't feel good. You're just doing it for like flexing. You're trying for clout. You're showing off. Right? But if you want to get something that is like expensive, looks cool, but also it's comfortable, those are the Vapor Air Maxes. You buy those, you don't even feel your feet when you walk in them, really comfortable, and they look good. So it's like if you're going to be paying $200 for a pair of shoes or $150, you might as well be comfortable and have them look good instead of having them look good and they're uncomfortable. And I don't know, I got a lot of girlfriends, friends that are girls that do the heels and they do the expensive shoes that are horrible on their feet. That costs like $500-$600, but they're uncomfortable as hell. They might look good. They might be nice heels. They might be name brand and designer, but they're not comfortable at all. Oh, Pena right up the middle. Altuve going to third. Wow. Astros rallying. The shoes you like have been discontinued. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I liked, Jordans, Kobe's, Vapor Air Maxes. And I liked the shoes back in the day, like Penny Hardaway's, the Jordans back in the day with the leather, the Jason Kidd Zooms. I had the Grant Hill Fila's. So I've had a lot of basketball shoes in my time. But now as I'm older, I want to make sure that my feet feel good, and Vapor Air Maxes are the most comfortable shoe on planet Earth. There's not a shoe because you get a full air bubble from the front to the back, and you don't even feel your feet, your heels on the ground. And when you take them off, your feet feel like jello-y, and like in a good way. So for Jordans that don't have any air bubble, right? Some of them look good. It just depends if you like, certain styles of the Jordans with the zebra print or the ones with the leather. But I would say probably only a quarter or a third of the Jordans look really cool. And then the other 50 to 60%, they're kind of like suspect. They're like, you're buying it really more for the name and to show off rather than it looks good and feels good. Because imagine spending $200 on a pair of shoes that looks like shit, right? And it feels like shit. And you're just buying it because it's got the Jordan symbol, So, I mean, some Jordan stuff is amazing, but some is not worth buying. Yeah, and you have to be careful. There are so many fakes. You have to actually go, to like Foot Locker, if you want like a newer version of a Jordan 11 or a remake of an Air Max 97. But yeah, if you end up going and buying that shit on eBay or through one of the sneaker websites, there is a high chance that it's fake. There's a lot of fakes out there. That's why I don't really buy shoes through eBay or online, just because there's just millions of dollars of fakes that are out there that you might not be able to tell the difference unless you actually have a real one right next to it. So Air Zoom, Pegasus, 38s, 73. That's not bad. Yeah. But what I will tell you though, is that if you do decide to cave and spend like $200 on a pair of Vapor Air Maxes, it's the best investment you'll make. Yeah, the bubble will eventually pop or, the shoe will fall apart just like any shoe, but the comfort level and style that you'll get and the compliments you'll get and the way your feet feel and the way they look, the Vapor Maxes are by far the most comfortable shoe on planet Earth. Like I've tried on almost every shoe you could possibly try on like a Champs or, at a Foot Locker. And I've gone through, and some of the new Vapor Max styles are kind of suspect. I kind of like the older ones, but very, very comfortable for sure. Yeah, and if you go cheap on the shoes, you're like, well, I'm going to buy shoes for $40. I mean, really, what do you think you're going to get with $40? They might last a little longer than you think for a $40, $50 pair of shoes if they're not on sale, but they're, something's going to happen. They're either going to fall apart or they're going to get worn out with the soles way too soon, so I guess it really just depends on what you're doing. If you got basketball shoes, keep them in the gym only. You got Vapor Maxes, wear them outside, but clean them, You make your shoes last longer. But for me, I just need to find two pairs of shoes. One that's like stylish that I wear once in a while. And, one that I wear outside every day in the elements when I'm with Paisley. So, yeah, but I'm also the sneakerhead too. So I'm all about kind of like the style and the different brands. I like to be able to kind of take a look. Cole in the building. Both. They are actually made for running specifically, but also it's for style. I mean, they got a full air bubble. So you got to think, how they have shoes, they have the air bubble on the heel. Imagine having a full air bubble right on the bottom. But the way the Vapor Air Max's technology has come, it's not just the air bubble and one solid air bubble and then they glue it on. They do it in sections now where they have a front with like two, then they have a middle section and then another middle section and then the back. So it's like you're actually getting the even proportion with your foot And so they made that technology change when they went full air bubble, and now they do it. So like I can always pull up a picture and I can show you, but they are amazing. It just sucks that they cost like $200 a pop, but they're worth it. You know, if you're going to buy like a pair of shoes a year and you want to go a little fancy, they're nice. Anyone that's ever had a pair, they'll let you know. Alvarez, bottom of the 6th, 1-0 Phillies. Runners on the corners. Thank you, Holly. Appreciate you. I mean, they might not necessarily be for you. You know, like I said, they're going to have different styles, different colors. Bang, bang, $20 holla. I guess it just depends on what you plan on doing in them. If you plan on running, jogging, you know, being outside, or are they going to be a shoe that you're going to wear to like the grocery store and out and about? You know, or, you know, you just have to kind of, I guess it just depends on what you're going to be doing in them. But they are incredible for style and for looks, as well as comfort level. Good protection on the ankles. Oh, yeah, we can nerd out. And I've been into shoes since I was a little kid. Alvarez, back. Gone! Oh, my. Yordan Alvarez. Boom, shakalaka. 3-run homer. Houston up 3-1. Uh-oh, Philly. Uh-oh. He came up big when it mattered most. Uh-oh. World Series over today? Could be. That was huge. He hasn't had a home run or a play this big since the Mariner game in the Mariners series. Wow. What a clutch hit. Yordan Alvarez going yard. My goodness. And he knew it as soon as he made contact. Nice high five with him and Dusty Baker. My goodness. Well, that might have won the game for them. Next up, Alex Bregman. Oh, he crushed it. Oh, yeah, we could definitely nerd out. I had so many pairs of shoes growing up, too. You know, playing sports and playing basketball, because that was the best sport that I was the best at, basketball and football, but primarily basketball. And then I broke my leg in 7th grade for football, 7th, 8th grade. So I decided, you know, after that, I was just going to stick to basketball. But I did enjoy football, and I never played baseball or soccer. So it's pretty much just basketball since like 5th grade. Bama 14. No. Bama 15, LSU 14 so far. Yeah, normally you're going to be looking at around 200 unless you can find a sale somewhere. 157 is cheap for vapors. Authentic vapors. It's the only shoe that I would pay $200 for. You know, even Jordans. I mean, unless it was like a retro old one, then maybe like a collector one or like an old school original Penny Hardaway one, you know, something old school, the old school pennies. Anthony Hardaway's. I've always liked those shoes. That's what happens when you get Jose Alvarado up there. TN Jose in the building. Cole in the building. What to do? Oh, I bet. Let me know what you want to see for photos, and I got you. Still want to get something for Mike as well. TN Jose, $2 holla. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see for a photo, and I got you during the commercial break. 3-1 Stros. Jose Alvarado on the mound. Dominguez, they will have to pull him in soon. And in the box, Kyle Tucker. Again, if the Phillies were going to win the World Series, they had to win game 4 and 5, and they did not. And then they could have, won the World Series in game 5 or maybe won it here in game 6. But, you have to take advantage when you can. And wild pitch. And it shows you can do great with your starting pitcher. But as soon as your starting pitcher goes out, Zach Wheeler, everything goes down the shitter. You can just think, well, we'll still be able to hang. And Wheeler did his job. But a lot of times it's that first pitcher after the starter or the second pitcher after the starter. And then they get rocked. And then that decides the game. It's almost like cruel and unfair, $1.99 for Jose. $2.99 for Jose. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, TN Jose. Another one, $1.99. And a bang, bang. A bang, bang. And a bang, bang. And then a holly hundo. And a bang, bang. And a bang, bang. And a bang, bang. Bang, bang. $20 holla. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, too. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Bo Jackson, great choice. If I end up getting a baseball jersey that's not Mariners, that's probably the one that I would get. Bo knows. Big part of my childhood. Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Bo Jackson, Barry Sanders, Dion. And then probably Derek Thomas at linebacker. I even had Bo Jackson Royals posters in my room. It's still there. My childhood room. I still got my Kansas City Royal Bo Jackson poster in my bedroom in my mom's house. She hasn't even touched any of my stuff. All my bookshelf, my trophies from sports, all my books growing up from Scholastic, book fair, all that stuff, all my cards and binders, all that is still, it's like literally it hasn't been touched since I was like 15 years old. It's just been sitting there untouched for the last 25 years. Like, no joke. 3-1 game, 3-1 count, bottom of the 6th. TN Jose with another $2 holla. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. We'll see. Obviously, that's going to be the matchup that most people think are going to happen. The Eagles have had a pretty easy schedule. I mean, based off, if you look at the teams that they played, but they have won all of them, so you have to give credit. But we would like to see them play some bigger juggernauts other than the teams that are in the division, even though the division is the NFC, not least NFC beast, because it's the best this year. But you have to give the Eagles credit, but they look like they're the team. But again, we have to wait for games to play out to see if they can, make it to that point, the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. But to me, the 3 best teams in football, the Bills, the Eagles, and the Chiefs, I wouldn't count the Chiefs out just yet. And if any team could beat the Bills, it's Kansas City. But for the Eagles, who knows? Because you have the Giants, you have the Cowboys, the Vikings, the Seahawks. I mean, who's to say on one given weekend that one of those teams, because it probably won't be the Packers, the Bucks, or the Rams, but for the other teams that are actually pretty good, you never know. The Eagles could always lose by a field goal 2017 against a team in the division or a Minnesota Viking team or Seattle. I mean, you don't know. So we'll have to kind of wait and see. But what I do know is that the Bills and Chiefs, one of those two teams will represent the AFC. For the Eagles, they're one. Who's the other? We have to find out. 3-1 Stros, bottom of the 6th, full count. 3-2 pitch. Struck him out. Next up, Christian Vasquez. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. Plus, Barry stuff is cool. Like, you know what I mean? You don't have to necessarily be a Lions fan, but Barry Sanders jerseys, whites or blues, they always are a head turner. I actually like the white one more than the blue because it's more rare. All right, we're going to the top of the 7th. Yeah, that might have been the backbreaker right there that helps them win the whole thing. So yeah, Astros are winning 3-1. Big play by Yordan Alvarez with a big 3-run homer on Jose Alvarado. Dusty can taste the championship.
Neutral has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
All right, let's try to get some Bo Jackson in here. TN Jose, you still in here? What do you want to see? You want to see some Patriots? I assume that's what you want to see.
We found a movement because we believe you shouldn't have to choose between a great watch and a fair price. Our watches are uniquely designed in-house. Clean, modern watches crafted with top-tier materials. Join the movement now.
Yeah, I can watch Bo Jackson highlights all day, all night.
This quarterback today, he looks daring, unafraid, bold, powerful, dominant. Yeah, but what about the tight end? What? It's the most underrated position on the field. Check this out. See, Cletus? It's not the only high-tech machine around here. Yeah, put on whatever you want. Always repping, buddy. I love it.
Yeah, since I cleared off my desktop, now I can move even faster than I did before. But I can move at like a very, very rapid pace now. I'm like even 10 times faster than what I was since I'm able to clean everything up. God, look at the Bo card on the far right. Unbelievable. That just throws me back all the way to the 80s. Love it. I'll get you a few more during the commercial break. So Mac Daddy, I got you. Thank you, Jose. I got you. Yeah, and Bo Jackson stuff is very cheap. You can get all kinds of Bo Jackson rookie cards, even graded stuff, like super, super cheap. If he would have never got hurt, obviously his stuff would be worth a hell of a lot more. But all of Bo Jackson stuff looks cool. All his cards look cool, especially his old stuff from like the 80s. Bottom of the 6th. All right, bottom of the 6th, 2-2 count, 2 outs, 3-1 game. Stros are up after a Yordan Alvarez 3-run blast. Yes, there we go. Big base hit by Vasquez. Oh, here brings home another run. 4-1. This is over. Astros are going to win the World Series tonight, unfortunately. They needed to win game 4 and 5, and they did not. Unfortunately, hopefully they'll be back soon. 4-1 Astros. Even with Sir Anthony, that's still not good enough.
Two catchers for the Astros chipping in. No individual leads in this sixth inning. Retail Maldonado did. Now Christian Vasquez, who's his third start of the postseason. This one coming as the DH. A two-out RBI single.
It's funny, the Astros ended up doing the go to sleep, and what do I have as the graphic? The go to sleep. That's weird. Sir Anthony Dominguez trying to make them go to sleep, but apparently the only people that are sleeping are the Phillies. Trey Mancini up next. Bottom of the sixth, 1-1 count, 2 outs. Astros up 4-1. This one, it looks like it might be over. Nobody does, unless you're an Astro fan. Odin in the building. What to do? Odin, I finished Crown Jewel. I watched it all the way through. You gave it an 8. I gave it a 7. I just, there's a lot of disappointment in that pay-per-view, which I already kind of knew was going to happen. But a couple good matches. Bianca Belair and Bayley was off the chain, but there was a lot of matches that were subpar. Good defense there. Sagetta to Hoskins, but the damage is already done. You knew he was going to come up big at some point. He hasn't been very dominant in this World Series. Very good against the Mariners early on, but since then, kind of cold. But shout out to Yordan Alvarez coming up big. Let's go over some of these bows real quick again for Holly. I'm going to get some Mac Daddy for Tien Jose. And then let's go throw up a couple Mac Jones for you since you are a Pat fan. So let me do that.
These days, seems anyone with a website can sell you a new car.
Thank you, Tien Jose. Appreciate you.
There's more to it. So whether you need help today or tomorrow, we'll be there. We're your Northwest Ford dealers.
With Fred Meyer Delivery, it's easy to get your special holiday foods brought right to your door. And that's music to your ears. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone.
They always say Kim never sticks to her New Year's resolutions. But this year, she's resolved to save money and worry less. And with the new Volkswagen SUV, she can save on maintenance over the next 5 years, killing 2 birds with 1 penny. Metaphorically, that is.
Your boy works fast.
What Kim's resolutions might take her year after year.
Efficient dog. Fast dog.
You too can make maintenance cost worries so nasty.
Oh, really? Sploot.
Democrats like Kate Brown and
Oh, Ty Gibbs?
They've been in control for over a decade. Deb Patterson has embraced, supported, and promoted the policies that have gotten us here. Dehumanizing the police, rampant crime, homelessness, and drug use, out of control.
Yeah, a lot of bad teams.
Schools that indoctrinate, not educate.
Still got to give them credit, for being undefeated. But you know what I'm saying? Like if there was a couple powerhouse, matchups in there, the national narrative wouldn't be the way that it is. But I don't think anyone thinks that the Eagles aren't going to the Super Bowl or NFC Championship game. So Jameson in the building. What to do?
RBI program is designed to support organizations that provide baseball and softball playing opportunities to youth and underserved communities. Visit MLB.com/RBI for more information. So this is up to the Astros bullpen, which has been historically good. After Neris.
All right, back to the game. Next up, Nick Castellanos.
They were 8 games below 500 at the end of May. They were the last team into the postseason field. Started their postseason by scoring 6 runs in the 9th inning to erase a deficit. That's a strike and it's 1-1.
Top of the 7th, 1-1 count. Astros up 4-1. A couple innings away from being World Series champs, unfortunately, for Philadelphia fans.
Houston 9 outs away from the second World Championship. 1-2 on Nick Castellanos. Well, the one thing that this series goes longer, you think the Houston Astros gain the momentum and they have the advantage. Well, they took the hottest offense at home and they started the last 27 innings really dominating with their pitching, and that's how they got here. And their bullpen has been almost unhittable. So they have
Top of the 7th, 1-2 pitch. Neris on the mound. Castellanos 0 for 2 in the box. 1-2 pitch. Popped up. 1 away. Next up, Alec Bohm.
This Astros team has been all year. And it started with that man, Javier. He kind of closed the narrative of this unbeatable team at home in the Phillies. And you look at what the Astros have done in the postseason. That's about all you can ask for. That's 5 runs and 50 less than a third. And 4 of those 5 runs came on 4 solo home runs.
Crazy thing is, this Hector Neris used to be a Philly. Must be kind of weird going against your former team. Big swing and a miss, 0-2 count. Oh, nice. Saberhagen. Old school, OG. I agree. Big swing and a miss. I don't think they were going to win the game anyways, but yeah, I definitely would have, I mean, at some point you got to think Yordan Alvarez was probably going to go yard at some point, either this game or the next if you guys would have won the Phillies, but it's kind of 50-50 hindsight, that maybe is not neither here or there now, but yeah, I definitely would have kept him in longer. But that's what, make or break teams a lot of times, as the manager pulling the plug too soon or too late. Four, 1 Stros, top of the 7th, 2 outs. Next up, Gene Segura. Big swing and a miss. Like, all the momentum is for Houston. Like, Philadelphia, when they won game 1, they had the momentum. When the Astros won game 2, they still had the momentum. Then they won game 3. They had the Uncle Mo, right? But then when they lost game 4 and game 5, it was over. Like, you had to keep the momentum going, and losing those 2 games back-to-back cost them the series. Popped up, foul. Come on, Segura. Four, 1 Stros, top of the 7th, 0-2 count, 2 outs, 0-2 pitch. Check swing. Got him. 6 outs away. Astros. Very, very shortly, looks like they will be champs, unless we have some kind of miracle. Next up for the Houston Astros. Chas McCormick, 0 for 2 with a K. Martin Maldonado, 0 for 1. And batting third in this inning, Jose Altuve, 0 for 3, a run and 2 Ks. Yeah, no mo, Uncle Mo. I mean, they had it in game 1, and then the natural response is to lose game 2. They were going to, and that's okay. You had the one that you had to win in Houston, game 1. Then you won game 3. Everything was good. But when you lost in game 4 with a combined no-hitter, you could see the momentum was just gone. And I'm not sure if they even thought they would be able to fight back after that. And then losing game 5, the way that they did, and now you're here. It's not like the Phillies are overmatched. It's just been decision-making. And like I said, this was pretty much the Houston Astros World Series to lose after the Dodgers and Braves got eliminated, because those would probably be the only teams that could take Houston to the brink, in my opinion. Not that the Phillies aren't, but if anyone could take them 7 or, to the very, very brink, I think it would have been the Braves and the Dodgers, and we just didn't get that matchup this year. And we already knew that the Yankees, even though they might have been the number 2 team in the American League, they weren't that much better than the Mariners, and they definitely were nowhere near the talent level of the Astros when the Yankees started slumping with their pitching and their hitting. So Jameson, the only person on planet Earth rooting for the Astros, Mr. Meza. He said, I can't root for the Phillies to win, beating my Braves. But I get it. I know you have some coaches that used to be on the Braves that are on the Astros. So it's more than just them beating you, but I get it. I'm never going to root for the Astros ever. Even if they go 10, 15, 20 years, no cheating, no scandal, they're just doing it legit, still can't root for them. There'll be some other Cinderella story that I can root for more than them. Well, the Phillies were always the underdog, so it's not like they were the favored team to win anyways. Astros had way better pitching. We knew the Phillies had clutch hitting, but really we knew the pitching was going to be, the beginning of the end. We knew that they could probably hang for a little bit, and their starters are pretty good. Mid relievers and closers are actually pretty good for Philadelphia, but those key mistakes are costing them. And like I said, they have more big-time hitters on Houston from the top of the lower order to the bottom than Philadelphia. I mean, I like Philadelphia's lineup a lot. You're going to get Schwarber bombs. Reese is inconsistent. JT Realmuto, inconsistent. Schwarber, reliable. Bryce, reliable. Castellanos is kind of, hit or miss. Bohm, hit or miss. Segura, hit or miss. And then they got the 2 new guys in here, and Vierling and Sosa. And normally that's Bryson Stott or Brandon Marsh. So, it is what it is. And I'm not even counting Jose Altuve. It's all about Jeremy Pena, Yordan Alvarez, Bregman, Tucker. Those are the main guys. But then if you start getting results from the bottom half of the order, like Mancini, McCormick, Maldonado, you're fucked. You're not going to come back, because you don't expect anything from the bottom. But when the bottom starts rolling, the game is over. All right, Chas McCormick, 0 for 2, and now they have Eflin in the game, which should have probably been in there a couple innings ago. Ooh, fouled off the catcher's face. Hopefully he's okay.
when the cheating scandal was revealed, he said, "We knew the one thing we could do was win. We could win a lot. We understand people still aren't going to like us. We knew if we kept winning, you'd at least have to start to accept this. A 6th consecutive trip to the championship series this year, a 4th World Series trip in 6 years, and this can be touched on. The GM has changed, the manager's changed, the roster is almost entirely changed."
I mean, no one would give a shit about the Astros if the cheating didn't happen. That's a big part of it. You know what I mean? If they're just a damn good team, then they'll turn into the Patriots before their cheating scandal, where there's a really, really good team and there's a lot of jealousy and envy. But when it comes to be like the Patriots and you're being as good as you are, but you're cheating along the way, and obviously with Houston, no one is going to respect you. You're going to have Houston fans and Patriot fans defend to the death, but what was done is done. You can't go back from that. I mean, really the only guys that you can count on Philadelphia's lineup, really, at least in this particular, series, you can get Schwarber bombs, you know what I mean? And then Bryce, and that's about it. I don't know if you can really count on anyone else besides those two. And even those two fuck up sometimes, just like any hitter. First strikeout for Zach Eflin. Bottom of the 7th, 1 out, 4-1 Stros. Next up, Martin Maldonado. 0 for 1. Hit by pitch in the 6th. Postseason batting .214. First pitch strike. Big swing and a miss. 0-2 count. Well, he's the catcher. Of course he's important. Yeah, exactly. I just think it's funny when people defend the cheating to the death, but then if it happened to them, like if you were the other team on the other side and you lost because of that, you're telling me that you're not going to be upset and you're not going to feel the same way. People are so biased. You know what I mean? Like, as long as it doesn't happen to me, it's like an experience, that happens. That could be traumatic or whatever. Well, I don't give a shit. It didn't happen to me, so I don't care. That closed-mindedness, it's sad, You want to be able to see things from other people's perspectives, but some people are so closed-minded, they, if it doesn't affect them, they don't care, or at least they try to push it to the side. 2 away. Next up, Jose Altuve. Because we already know the Astros, cheating or not cheating, they're going to be one of the best teams in baseball, for a long time. They've already been very, very good for the last, 5, 6, 7 years. And in the next 10 years, they're probably going to go to at least, 5 ALDS, ALCS opportunities, and probably at least 2 or 3 more World Series, appearances, maybe more. You don't know how. We'll see how the Mariners do. If the Yankees lose Aaron Judge and the Blue Jays, they improve with the Mariners. But Houston's going to be the team, the top dog, probably for the next, 5 to 10 years, unless they have injuries or, once Verlander leaves, if they don't have a good replacement for him. But they got Dusty. They got pitching. They got mid relievers. They got hitting. They got everything that you would want besides just the cheating associated with the team. It's kind of funny, with the Red Sox, because the Red Sox, what they did was like Houston. But have you noticed on social media and overall everyone's perception, no one gives a shit about the Red Sox cheating. Have you noticed that? Everyone gives a shit about the Astros, but when the Red Sox cheated, against the Dodgers, no one really, Red Sox were going to win that series no matter what. They were the better team, but even the Red Sox in the past, there was accusations with Manny, maybe not necessarily with David Ortiz, but with Manny juicing. And then obviously as of late, when they ended up doing the Apple Watch and they were cheating too, but no one really puts the finger blame towards Boston like they do Houston. Same thing also goes for, Sosa and Bonds getting like the shame on you. But have you noticed, for like McGuire, they don't really give him the same kind of like shame on you like they do with the guys that are the foreign born players or the African American players or the guys that are from Cuba or somewhere else. It seems like they put more blame towards Bonds, Sosa, those guys. But with McGuire and Roger Clemens, it's almost like they get a free pass. Like, they blame them, but they don't get like as much blame as the other foreign born players, which is kind of fucked up. If you're a cheater, you're a cheater, but that's at least my perception. And from the, other fans, the internet, my other interactions, but there's a lot more defending going with McGuire and Clemens, even though they did exactly what Bonds and Sosa did. But Bonds and Sosa, see you later. But it seems like people loved to defend McGuire and Roger Clemens. And I'm not necessarily, thinking that it's a 100% race thing, being Caucasian compared to being a foreign-born player or African-American. But, I mean, the reality is there. I mean, look at the perception of Clemens and McGuire compared to those other guys. They don't get the same kind of hate that the other guys do, which they should get equal for cheating. But for whatever reason, the media and the fans want to give those other guys a free pass for whatever reason. I don't know. But that's just how it is. Yeah, there's going to be all kinds of cheating in sports. I guess it just depends on what gets exposed. Chief in the building. What to do? And Clemens and Bonds never had to cheat. They were going to make it anyways, but they got greedy and they wanted to be the best. Struck him at Pena. You know what I mean? And when you have greed and you want to be the best, right? Then that, takes it to a whole nother level. Then like Bonds was going to get in no matter what. Clemens too, but they wanted to be like the best in their era. Unfortunately, that comes with a price. Yeah. But now they're starting to use like substances for better grip. And, you're doing Apple Watches, hitting garbage cans, stealing signs. And, there's always going to be something, that teams are going to try to do. Football with Belichick, recording the other team to try to get a game plan on maybe what their plays are going to be. Audibles, communication systems going down in the helmets for the road teams in New England. That shit is factual. It happened. And think about how many teams lost in games when their communications mysteriously went down in big 3rd and 4th down plays on the road in New England. That shit was all orchestrated on purpose, Oh, I don't know what happened with the system there. Something must have went communications went down. Sorry, and then they're trying to call the plays and, do the different hand signals and they and by the time, that happens, the play clock is up and you either get to delay a game or you can't run the play that you wanted because the communication isn't there. I don't like that shit, man, but that's just the reality of what it is. So. Well, now they have umpires that check the pitcher's hands after every inning, but they never used to do it. But now they're doing it. But now the players are getting more clever. So instead of having it underneath the bill here or inside, right, or they might have it in their hair, now they're putting it in the glove, and normally those guys aren't checking in the inside of the glove for the substance. And then obviously with Valdez, the guy that's pitching, earlier today, in game 2, there was a bunch of people that recorded the game and posted on Twitter him rubbing a substance on his fingers, on his jersey to wipe it off after the ump checked him, on his pants, and it showed him reaching into the glove. And so they can say, oh, he was just reaching in there. But, we already know the reasoning why. Because if you can get better grip on the baseball, it's a huge advantage, for you to be able to throw different types of pitches. So. Yeah, but that's bullshit too, because all of them denied Balco. And like I said, Barry was, if you used to watch Barry, he used to have open sleeves. And then within the last 6, 7, 8 years, he never exposed his arms. And the reason why he did that, because he knew he was guilty. And if his arms were shown and you had seen his arms like this in the 80s, and then now they're like this, it's a kind of a, it's not just working out. You know what I mean? That's facts. Right. The stealing signs thing is one thing, but when you're using the technology to steal the signs, someone has got binoculars, they got the Apple Watch, they're sending messages to one team, they got buzzers on their bodies or on the bat. You know what I mean? Like, there's been a lot of cheating that's happened, but no one has cheated to the extreme like the Astros in the last 20 years that we know of, besides, the Red Sox with their Apple Watch thing. So. Top of the 8th, good defense there. 24-24 overtime for Bama and LSU. Uh-oh. Mike, do you think that Bama is just not as good as they traditionally have been this year? What is the reasoning, do you think, of losing to Tennessee and struggling this year? I mean, besides having a shitload of players go to the NFL, injuries, lack of confidence, lack of depth. What's going on? In your opinion, I mean, you're the hardcore Bama guy that's been watching Bama for 40 plus years. What's going on with them? It's not like they don't have a good quarterback. Bryce Young will probably be the first pick in the draft. Is it running game, offensive line, defense, special teams, lack of depth, injuries? Because this is very uncharacteristic to see Bama at number 6 and to be, struggling at times. Usually it's just, I get it. You're going to get teams that get better, and not every game is going to be a 20 or 30 point blowout. So. Four 1 Stros. Top of the 8th, 1-1 count. I got a beautiful thumbnail, Holly, for you for the Chiefs game and the Titans from our boy Johnny. And I'm doing NASCAR championship tomorrow too, so. Deep right center, popped up. 2 away. And I'm going to start using players in the thumbs because if it's not going to cost me any more, it's going to look better than just the logos. And check this out. I was like, I just tell him what I want. And, sometimes I have to go back and forth with him. But most of the time he gets it on the first or the second try. Here's the thumbnail for Sunday Night Football. It's a fucking gem. I mean, there's a reason why he's the best on YouTube, and it's not even close. There's a lot of people that do thumbs, but they don't do it like him. He's going to go full-time doing thumbs for me, Tom, and Perna. I already know it. I mean, all he needs is maybe a couple more clients, to be able to lock in on a daily basis, and he'll have enough money to pay rent and bills. So, beautiful. Exactly what I wanted, too. Top of the 8th, 1-1 count, 2 outs, 4-1 game. Schwarber in the box, Abreu on the mound. Asking Schwarber to go Schwarber bomb again might be asking too much. Oh, Johnny is a thumbnail goat. Everything he does, like I said, I give him an idea. I tell him kind of where I want the text to be placed or the font, you know what I mean? Like we have a kind of an idea of like what I want. And if I have players or drivers, I just tell him who I want, and then he'll send me a sample. And 9 times out of 10, it's perfect right away. But every once in a while, I have to have him, make an adjustment. And then once we look at it together, then we can come to an agreement that that's perfect. So, because not only am I using it for my channel, it's an opportunity for me to plug him and to be able to let people know how great he really is. I mean, like I said, I look at thumbnails all day, and there's a lot of people that have thumbnails, but then their overall product isn't very good. But with him, everything he touches is just gold, platinum. It's just great. I'm blessed to have him on the team. So, all right, we're going to the bottom of the 8th, 4-1 Astros. (24-24), Bama and LSU tied. That's probably Mike's nightmare right now. Can't believe that he's tied with LSU. Chief, how are you doing, bro?
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right? It's comfortable. So how's the feeling like treating you? It's fine. When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized there's nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not too early, usually you want it about the halfway point or slightly after. You definitely don't want your bye week to be like week 5 or week 6 or 7. If you get a bye week that early, you're screwed because you already know you're going to have injuries down the road. So, yes, he is. Plus, like I said, I tried to be able to challenge him to do something that he's never done before. Because obviously when you're doing stuff for like Tom and Perna, it's football, right? So I want to make sure that I, push him to do things that he's not comfortable doing, like baseball, NASCAR, stuff that, those guys will never do, right? And he does a great job. Like, there's nothing that phases Johnny. Johnny can really, I give him a concept, I tell him what I want, and he's like an artist. Some people do artwork like Holly, with brushes and colored pencils on the easel. I try to be, an artist with the YouTube pictures and what I do here. And as far as thumbnails, it is a work of art, because for him, if you look at what he does, it's all about placement. And shit like this is not easy to do because when you look at it, let me take down the World Series thing here again, so we can actually take a look. So first you have the initial background. Then you got to be able to fade it out. Then you got to put the logos on the top, and it's either transparent or not. Then you got to actually put the team names, then the logos, then Sunday Night Football. Then you got to decide on the size and the font of live play-by-play and reactions. Then you got to be able to find the actual player images that fit, that look good. So it's layers on layers. It's like building a cake, and you can't just be like, drag something over, done. It doesn't work like that. They take time. And like I said, there's certain people that just have that artistic eye. And I don't know if I've ever met anyone that's got a better eye than Johnny. Fantastic job. And I will continue using him for the rest of my life. That's facts. And then, like I said, I told him, I was like, dude, you're going to go full time doing thumbnails. And I told him, I know it sounds crazy to think that you could make enough money, doing thumbnails only, but you're good enough to, to be like, he's going to get LLC'd at some point. I don't know if I have to keep giving him the nudge and being like, bro, you might as well just like, LLC, Johnny Thumbnails, LLC, make yourself a name, once you start believing in yourself that you're actually one of the best in the world, right? And once you do that, and, he's got the moniker Johnny Thumbnails, do an LLC, create a website, you're going to get people that will want to use your services. But maybe he'll get to a point where he's got too many clients that he won't be able to keep up, but at some point, if he doesn't have to work his full-time job, he'll have more time to do thumbnails, for 4, 5, 6 hours a day and make enough money, to be able to pay rent and pay bills. I mean, stay at home, watch TV, make thumbnails for people that really care about you. So right now, all the thumbnail money I'm paying is going towards snow tires and tires for him. So I just bought new tires. He needs them. So I said, hey, I got tire money for you. And it's always good to be able to help someone out. So. Yeah, he's very, very nice dude. Always very accommodating for me. But I also am paying big money. I'm paying like the most that you can pay. And I assume I'm paying more than, Perna and Tom, but that's fine. But over the time, maybe I'll be able to get a discount because at some point I think I'm going to be buying more than those guys. So, but he is the real deal. No, nothing on there besides Mike's Dono earlier, but we'll get more. I'm not too worried about it. Jameson Meza with a 3-er. Thank you so much. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Thank you so much, bro. I'll get you some Derrick Henry at the commercial break or whatever you like. Yes, thank you so much. Bottom of the 8th, 0-1 count, 1 out, 4-1 Astros. I'm good, man. Just grinding. Still no beer, no booze. What am I at right now? What day is it? This is November 5th. So I am 36 days in with no beer, no booze. I've lost 27 pounds since my weight loss journey. I got 23 to go. Walking Paisley every day. Life is good, man. And I've been working 7 days a week since July 4th. I haven't had a day off since July 4th. So, and what month are we in now? November? So your boy is a grinder, man. 62 in donos, 38 to go. Yeah, shoot, man. I got you. I got all the fantasy questions and answers. And Holly, you might beat me this week. This is my toughest week to win because I got Chubb, Saquon Barkley, and Cowboy defense on a bye. And that's like 75 points for me, like more than 3/4 of my points out of those 3 positions. So if you beat me this week, well earned. I tried to manufacture the best lineup I could without Chubb, without Saquon, without Cowboy D, and without Mark Andrews. So half of my lineup, 100 points worth of my lineup is either injured or on a bye week. So if I do go to 8-1, you will be the team to beat me this week. And we're both kind of sitting there. And I got Herbert, Geno Smith, or Justin Fields. That's the only adjustment that I have to make. I have to decide if I want to go with Fields, and I have to trust his running ability with his throwing with Chase Claypool, right? He's projected for 16, or I go Geno Smith, who's projected for 18 on the road against the Cardinals, another green matchup, or I go Justin Herbert, who's projected for 21, but all his starting receivers are hurt. So why would I do that? So it's going to be tough, but we'll see what happens. Bregman, nice little bloop single. Safe. Wow. Everything going right for the Astros. Everything going wrong for Philly. Thank you. It really means a lot, because I don't party anymore. There's a lot of people that I used to party with that would do a lot of party things. You know what I mean? A lot of party atmosphere. And, I've had depression and anxiety. I've had friends that have gone down that addiction path. And sometimes people party really hard when they're doing things other than drinking, doing other stuff. Whether pills or drugs or other stuff. And so it feels good to kind of distance myself from people that are a bad influence. I've been grinding every day. I've been walking every day. I've been eating better, not trying to eat fast food. It's all about choices in your life and discipline. And obviously I got diabetes in the family. And I'm just trying to make sure at 40 that I live longer than if I was going to, abuse my body or not care about myself. So wow, got his finger bent back there. Wow, what a shot right there. But this is the best that I've felt since my teens or my 20s. No lie. Yeah, but also too, to do this every day. Sometimes we're doing 1, 2, 3 streams a day. This is a lot of dedication, a lot of work. And then obviously having to pay Johnny, I made a decision that I was going to invest in myself. And if YouTube isn't going to help me, I have to be able to invest in myself. So that way I get better thumbnails to hopefully attract, newbies or people that aren't trolls or little kids. And we can gain some new Fanatic family members. Unfortunately, it's worked out for some of the thumbnails, not so much on others, but I just got to keep plugging away and just keeping, keeping the platform looking good and just keep grinding it out. And eventually, we'll be able to break through more and more. But at least people know that, I do baseball. I can do a good job. I can give you a stream that no one else is going to give you based off the photos. And I can do NASCAR also. So I think moving forward, people will know me more than just NFL, college football, and wrestling. They're like, oh, this guy does NASCAR. He does baseball. He does NBA. And I will be doing a little NHL and World Cup as well. So Yeah, you're third in scoring. So you should probably be third or fourth overall in the standings. Just bad luck. You've gotten everyone's Super Bowl performance against you every week. It's very unfair. Oh, runner is out. Wow. They just did a replay there. Two away. Michael Carter and David Montgomery. Who are they playing? Right? Is it home or away? What have they done in the last 3 games? I need to know all that information. Is it a red matchup, a green matchup? When I do questions and answers and people pay me money, I can't just be like, well, that name. I have to know all the details, like 10 different factors, and then I can give you my opinion at that point. But I can't just do it based off Michael Carter and David Montgomery. That's why people, ask me the questions, because I go in depth. So you've got Herbert and you're going against Fields. Yeah, I got Herbert, Fields, and Geno on my team. So, because Herbert got hurt and I had to have backups. I had to have other options because I felt that I wasn't going to be able to win the championship with Herbert if he puts up 12s and 13s. If he puts up 18 or more, I'm good. But he hasn't been very good since his injury. So he can get yards, but then the whole team is hurt. The defense is hurt. Receivers are hurt. I can't expect Herbert to give me 3 touchdown passes and 300 yards every week. So that's why I had to pick up Geno and Fields. And I probably will be using Geno and Fields more than Herbert, honestly. Damn, LSU 32, Bama 31. That's rough. 2 losses already. That is rough. I mean, first the Tennessee loss, and then Tennessee got crushed by Georgia. Maybe Georgia wins it all again. I mean, they look like the best team in football. Ohio State struggled. Tennessee struggled on the road. Bama just lost again. Wow, unbelievable. But it definitely looks like Georgia is the best team in college football. I mean, you can't win it every year. We already know Georgia and Bama, it's like every year, but at some point it's going to be someone else, except in this, case, maybe it's Georgia versus whoever, but whoever is probably going to lose by a shitload. It could be Ohio State. It could be, Tennessee. I'm not sure if Bama is going to be able to get up there now with the second loss, but whoever plays Georgia, good luck. Probably ain't going to happen.
Everyone can get Verizon for just $30 a line. And now's the time to switch because you'll get up to $960 only on the Network America.
Yeah.
Verizon.
Yeah, and like I said, normally you can win with about 120, 130, but if you end up getting, someone that's got a powerhouse team, or if you get someone that just gets lucky and they have 3 guys that go off in the same week, and where they get 25 points each, and then they end up scoring 150, then you lose, so it's tough. Like for me to be 8-0 right now is almost crazy to me because I haven't been 8-0 before. I mean, I've won championships before. I always finish in the top 3, but normally I get my first loss within the first 6 weeks of the season, and you normally don't go undefeated and win it all, so, but I have a good team, a good bench, but yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to win this week against you. It'll be a crazy effort if I do. What's that attachment that you sent me? Is that for shoes? What is that? What did you send me? You sent it to Holly. Is it for shoes or what was the attachment for? Yeah, fantasy is tough. But also too, like, if like the more you care about fantasy and the more you put effort in, the better you're going to do, because then that's more that you're going to read up on and click the buttons for the players. But also you have to know the league as a whole. If you don't know the league as a whole, you're not going to necessarily win a championship. Well, I guess you could win one by luck, because there's always someone that's really smart that's like 3-5. And then you get someone that is like not so smart and they're like 5-3 or better and they get lucky. But with me right now, I've made 76 transactions and we're at week 8. So that's probably 50 more than any other person in the league, if not, higher. So right now my team, with, this is my bench, just to give you an idea. Nick Chubb, Mark Andrews, Saquon Barkley, Justin Herbert, Cowboys D, Geno Smith, Greg Dulcich. I have an all-star team on the bench. You know what I mean? That's like, most people, if they had that on the bench, you're fucked. You're losing. But my team is actually still pretty good. Justin Fields, Josh Jacobs, Deion Jackson for 1 week, Justin Jefferson, Godwin, Ingram for 1 week at tight end, DeAndre Hopkins, Bills D, Jason Myers. So I have a team good enough to win. But when you have Chubb, Saquon, Dallas D, and Mark Andrews, that's like 100 points or more. So if I can win this week, that will really show how good my team is and my decision making. But sometimes guys just, they don't play good. They just play bad. So Calvin in the building. What to do? Yeah, well, tough loss for Bama, but it looks like that Astros are going to win. You know why? Because defenses are better. That's really what it comes down to. Coaching is better and defenses are better. That's why you don't see 60 plus. Plus, when teams are up by a lot, what do? When you're up, you're taught to run the ball and bleed the clock. So, most people aren't going to have the foot on the gas trying to throw for 8, 9 touchdowns. Otherwise, if they were, we would have Mahomes throwing for 6, 8, 9. If they weren't really running the ball, you know what I'm saying? They would definitely be, throwing more, and Mahomes would have even more records. So. Oh yeah. Trust me, I've lost by 0.01 before, multiple times. You know how bad it hurts to lose by not just a 1 point, but a 0.01? Like, it's like someone getting a half a yard and then you lose. You're like, you can't even believe it. It's like less than 1 point. Even 1 point losses hurt. But when you're under 1, 0.80, 0.4, 0.0, I mean, it's unbelievable. Yeah. 0.03. It's like almost unfair. 0.4, yeah. And it also teaches you about matchups and lets you learn more about the league, because a lot of times you have guys on the bench that scored more, and if you would have started that guy, maybe you would have won. But, that's what happens a lot in fantasy, unless you have a really good team that's stacked, and then you just have options, and you just have to hope that your guess of the guy who's going to do best is correct. But sometimes, you'll put a guy in based off name like Tyreek, right? And he puts up like 9. And then on the bench, you got someone like Amon-Ra St. Brown. He puts up 40. And you're like, what did I do? And that's fantasy football. Sometimes you can't get lured by the big name. Sometimes you have to look at the analytics and the stats. But sometimes you can have the analytics, the stats, everything is going to line up. But then the game flow is different, where a team gets behind and they stop running the ball. That's happened to me a bunch too. JT Realmuto, there's a little bloop single. One out, 2 outs away from World Series victory for the Astros. It also shows you have to have a good bench. To be in the playoffs in fantasy, you have to have just as good of a bench as your starters. Like for me, I never get a player or keep a player on my bench if I'm not going to use him. I have to be able to say, I could plug this guy in this week and I could start him over Mark Andrews if I wanted to, like a Greg Dulcich, for the Broncos, or maybe an Evan Ingram on the Jags. I have to have play. I never just keep guys on the bench and they just sit there. I have to be able to use a guy every single week. And if they're not usable, they're not on my team. I have to be able to, have them as a threat. Top of the 9th, 2 away, 1 out to go. But like I said, it'll help you learn more about, not only good players, great players, but those under the radar guys. And it starts to teach you that it's not all about name recognition and big name guys. Sometimes it's those lower name guys that can produce. You just have to find those guys. Top of the ninth, 2 outs, 4-1 Stros. Runner on first. Last at bat, Nick Castellanos. Oh for 3. Popped up. It's over. Final score, 4-1 Stros. Well, at least I don't have to do game 7 over the Chief game since I already paid for the thumbnail. So congratulations, Houston. You're not my team. So, congratulations on the win. Hope you didn't cheat to get the victory. And hopefully we see the Phillies back in this position sometime soon again. Congratulations to the Houston Astros for winning 4-1 and 4-2 in the series over the Philadelphia Phillies. I mean, the Phillies, if they wanted to win this, they had to win, game 4 and 5. And they had a time there where, if they could have found a way to do that, but that combined no-hitter in 4, it was already done at that point. Mentally, they just, they didn't have it after that. And unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah. Well, we know some people. Well, every sports fan thinks they're an expert. Every friend that you have that follows a football team or a baseball or a basketball, everyone claims to be an expert. But as we know, some people are more hardcore than others. Some people read more. Some people watch more film. But you can get a guy that doesn't watch anything acting like he thinks he knows everything, guy or girl. There's a lot of people that are incredibly biased for their teams and whatnot, but we try to be able to sprinkle in, stats, analytics, and to try to let people know, you don't have to be incredibly biased. You can root for other teams and other players that aren't your own. Yeah, and that's another thing too. You have to look at your schedule in advance. Great fantasy football players, for me, I look at everybody's team. I spy on all you guys. I know exactly who you guys are playing. I know when your guys' bye weeks are coming up. I know how many guys that are going to be out of your lineup 2 weeks from now. I'm already strategizing against people weeks in advance before I play you. So that way I know what I need to do to have the best chance to beat you. I go deeper than anybody else. I'm going on the waiver wire. I'm looking at what your guys' schedule is. I mean, I'm always looking ahead. And like I said, you're doing this kind of for the first time. So moving forward, once you actually take, if you do just one league and you take it serious, compared to doing, maybe 3 for fun, at that point you'll learn more. And like I said, once you fully dedicate yourself to one team, it ends up being, I think, a little funner rather than doing 3 or 4. 3 or 4 is way too much for me. Some people can do it, but I can't do it on open conscious thinking I can win a championship when I got that much research to do. So, and I think you're going to get better and better. And honestly, Holly, you should be 3rd or 4th in the league. You're 3rd in scoring and you only have 2 wins. It's ridiculous. You're 2 and 5. You should be 5 and 2. And that's facts. So. Congrats, dude. There you go. So what's up with Calvin? Did you end up watching the Alabama game or not? They don't look like the same team that we're used to seeing. I don't think there's going to be a championship with Alabama. You got 2 losses already, so it seems like they're already out of it. Looks like Georgia's going to win it again. So instead of Alabama winning every year, are we going to get Georgia winning every year now? If Alabama can't catch up to what Georgia's doing, I mean, obviously we know Bama will be back next year, but tough loss, against Tennessee, which you normally crush, and then losing to LSU in overtime. That's kind of crazy. Yeah. When's the $1 billion Powerball? Is it tonight or is it like Tuesday? I know they got the big Powerball that we didn't have, the big winner, the 1.5 billion or whatever. When is that drawing? Is that tonight or is that Monday or Tuesday? Yeah, but maybe that luck on the scratch off can turn around. Fall on a butt cheek, almost break a butt cheek, almost break an elbow, go buy a scratch off, boom, $500. New pillow for butt, new pillow for arm and elbow. Oh, I know it's big though. It's like Powerball. Thank you, Calvin. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, bro. What do you want to see for photos? Monday's Powerball. Okay. You can get a lot of butt pillows for 500. Nice ones too. Yeah. $1.6 billion. When is the drawing? It's already 8:23. So the drawing already ended? I was going to go buy a ticket, but I forgot. All right, let's go through some of the photos, and I'll start deleting these, and then we'll go through maybe some food or whatnot for the last 30 minutes. And then I'm doing the NASCAR Championship in Phoenix. I'll be live around 11:30 noon tomorrow. And then as soon as the NASCAR Championship is over, go Chase Elliott. We'll be transitioning into the Titans and the Chiefs for Sunday Night Football. But let's go over some of the photos for both teams that I had so we can kind of reminisce here. It'll be the last time that we look at these photos for a little while. At least Bryce got a chance to show out. It would have been really great to see him, get a World Series ring, but at least he got to a World Series with the Phillies. Nick Castellanos. Gene Segura. And then I got a couple Astros, another alternate Jeremy Pena. Another alternate Yordan Alvarez. Johnny with the supreme thumbnail. Thank you, Johnny. Kyle Schwarber. Reese Hoskins. JT Realmuto. Bryce Harper. Nick Castellanos. Alec Bohm. Gene Segura. Matt Vierling. If they would have had Bryson Stott and, they had the two regulars there, I'm not sure if that necessarily would have made a difference, with Stott there, but they obviously had to give those guys a rest. Edmundo Sosa. And then obviously the pitching, Framber Valdez did a great job in Game 2 and in Game 6. And then the Astros, Jose Altuve. The MVP of the playoffs, Jeremy Pena, overall. He's been the most clutch besides Yordan Alvarez against the Mariners. And tonight, without that big home run, there is no championship. So shout out to Yordan Alvarez. But Jeremy Pena has been the most consistent offensively and defensively. He's like the Julio Rodriguez. He's the J-Rod on the Astros. And he's a rookie, and he already won a Gold Glove. He's one of the only ones that has ever won a Gold Glove as a rookie. He is the real deal Holyfield. Jeremy Pena. Like him a lot. Yordan Alvarez. Alex Bregman, stud. Kyle Tucker, probably the biggest name player based off what he has done that no one knows about. He's not really well known, but now he will be after his performance this year. Christian Vasquez. Trey Mancini. Chaz McCormick, kind of like my J.P. Crawford diving photo, like that one. Martin Maldonado. And then we obviously had Zach Wheeler pitching. Did a pretty good job. They should have left him in there longer. And then obviously Dusty Baker. I go deep. And then Jose Alvarado. And then I still have Zach Eflin, Sir Anthony Dominguez. And here we go. All right, so let me delete some of these photos here, and then we'll get into some food, and we'll end the stream probably in 30 minutes. So that way I can spend some time with Paisley. So let me know what you guys want to do for photos here, and I will take care of you. Congratulations to the Houston Astros. All right, I got to find some other college football to watch while we're going over these photos. Nice for Bryce to get that exposure, though, since everyone was against him for so long. All right, now we're going to leave the stadium and go somewhere nice. Good for the mental health. Your boy is a wizard. Yeah, no more baseball, and NASCAR is over tomorrow as well. 1.6 billion. It just happened. Yeah, you know what I mean? They fired their coach halfway through the season. They got hot and healthy at the right time. Nothing to hang your head about. They were the true underdog. You know, it's like the American League version of the Mariners, but you guys actually went all the way to the World Series. So nothing to hang your head about. And like I said, you guys went on a magical run, and people were going to remember this run forever. So it'll go up Monday night. Oh, okay. Mega is Tuesday, Friday. Power is Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. Ah, got you.
Dusty Baker got his. Yeah, in his 25th year as a manager, Dusty Baker gets a ring for the first time.
Yeah. Stanley, I totally agree.
Here with Commissioner Rob Manfred.
Okay, I got you.
Can you hear me? Try one more time. Minute Maid Park. Can you hear us?
Yeah, but without Bryce, you don't get this far. So you can talk about, him choking. He did more for the team, just like Schwarber did than a lot of the other guys in the lineup, because some of the guys in the lineup are not good. You know what I mean? So, if anything, you should be applauding Bryce to get you this far instead of tearing him down. You guys have been tearing him down for his whole career. You know what I mean? And he actually played good enough to get you guys to this point, because without Bryce, you don't get this far, period. That's my opinion on it.
The Houston Astros had a great regular season, just completed an incredible postseason run. They give the fans here in Houston the very best that baseball has to offer. It's now my honor and pleasure.
Everyone booing Rob Manfred.
The owner of the 2022 World Series champion, Houston Astros.
Yeah, but you know what? You were going to lose the World Series no matter what. You lost game 4, you lost game 5, it was over. Once the combined no-hitter happened, you had to win game 1, you did. You lost game 2, right? You won game 3, you had to win game 4 and 5 at home. You didn't do it, you lost. That's how it went. You had to be able to win those games at home, and getting a combined no-hitter, mentally that fucked them for the game 5, having that happen. So I don't think any rotation of any pitcher wouldn't have mattered. You lost 4, you lost 5, and once that happened, you weren't going to win, unfortunately. You had to win at least 4, so that way if you lost 5, maybe you stand a chance in 6. But the Astros were the better team overall with their pitching.
And from the bottom, job in this stadium to the top, everyone contributed. We love you all. As the architect of this whole unit, what is the most gratifying thing for you to see it come to this? Just to be on the stage with this team, with Dusty, with Jim, with all the players, to be in front of our fans here in Houston. Thank you. You did this. Thank you. Congratulations.
Yep. Once the games are over, it's over. You know, you can complain and, you know, should have did this, should have did that. But, I mean, the Astros had the deeper team. Exactly.
Enjoyable thing about this whole run for you? Well, I haven't not been yet, but you know, how about the Astros? This is the greatest bunch of guys. They told me in spring training that they were gonna win. Now, what's next? Party, yeah! Dusty, enjoy it. Dusty Baker. All right, we have one more trophy to hand out. The Willie Mays Most Valuable Player.
Jeremy Pena.
Can we have Jeremy Pena?
Exactly. Your boy knows. That's a no-brainer.
What is it like to win the World Series? I mean, this is what we dream about. Houston, we love y'all. Let's go. Jerry, you're the second rookie ever to win MVP of the LTS and of the World Series. How did you do it?
And a gold glove at a rookie.
I mean, shout out to these guys. You know, these guys kept me within myself, you know, in preparation every single day. And individual awards are cool enough, but that's the trophy we want right there. Put the camera on that right there. Let's go. Un saludo para mi gente latina. ¡Los queremos! What was your reaction? You were right in the middle of the rally, and as Dusty said, you're not put that ball on the moon. What was your reaction right off the bat? I mean, our job was to get out base, pass it out to the next guy. You know, Jordan's been doing it all year, so you know, always trust the big man. You know, that was impressive. Gold gloves, ALCS MVP, World Series MVP, Jerry Pena. Congrats. Ladies and gentlemen, your World Series champion.
Look at the old school tops, dude. Oh, man.
Joe, let's go back to you. All right, KB, and
I even give you a graded one.
After he wins American League Championship Series MVP, every step of the way, this guy answered questions. He hit 400 in this World Series, and a very deserving winner. It's an incredible feeling to be this young and have the rest of your career be marked by 2 MVP. The sky's the limit for this young man. What a year, what a season. Astros are world champs. Dusty Baker is the world champ. And we've got plenty of coverage coming up from Houston. Here's the first hour of the Phillies. Recap Game 6. And these 6 games, Astros over the Phillies in 2022.
Hello. I saw you move in, and I wanted to welcome you to the neighborhood with some homemade biscuits.
Oh, that's
All right. Where do we want to go for photos?
Cookies.
Where do we want to go?
Put a little nutmeg in there?
Oh, it's my mum's secret recipe.
You can tell me.
It's a secret.
Is it cinnamon?
It's my mum's secret recipe.
Call Geico and see how easy saving on homeowners and condo insurance can be.
I'll come back for the blame.
Look at that freshly sliced turkey.
Yeah.
That Jersey Mike's. There's some things
I mean, no one thought they would get there. And just the fact that they, gotten, 6 runs in the 9th against the Cardinals, beat the Braves. After that happened, I already knew they were going to beat the Padres. Now, if it was Dodgers, then it would have even been more, crazy. And then, then to get here, and it's not like they backed down. They won game 1 and game 3. So
Today, let's paint with Bear Dynasty so that you can be proud of your walls. Go ahead, 21. It's also scuff resistant.
you can definitely tell how old people are when they come in here.
Bear Dynasty, the best of Bear, exclusively Home Depot.
All right, let me delete some of these Astro photos.
It's grilled fresh. I call it dinner in a show. Look at that sizzle.
All right, what do we want to do, Holly?
I know I asked for a lot last year, but this year is different. All I want is the U.S. to win the World Cup. This is the team that's going to make a run.
Yeah.
It was believed.
Keep using caps, keep spamming. You're going to get the Hollywood Hogan boot, and not just a temporary boot, a forever boot. Stunner. Big boot. And that's me afterwards.
The World Series on Fox post-game show is brought to you by Tubi. The Houston Astros are World Series champs. In 6 games over the Phillies, and this team had everything. Great pitching, a monstrous home run from Julian Alvarez in the celebration, and the first one as the manager. Long time coming for Dusty Baker.
Everyone comes in here and tries to be a fucking keyboard warrior. That's why I have to fucking block and give people the boot, like hundreds of people. I'd be well over 20,000 subs at this point if I didn't have to deal with children or trolls or people that have no chat etiquette, which is a lot of fucking people. It's like people act like they just picked up a computer for the very first time. I mean, you can go do that shit on other people's streams, but yeah, we don't put up with that shit here. And that's the problem with, I think, a lot of other streamers is that they do put up with a lot of that just for subs and for views. But I'm not going to have my stream be toxic because it ain't happen. I'll lose hundreds or thousands of subs before I let that happen.
Mentors, players, coach, players, managers this game has ever seen. I mean, and for me as a young African-American player, it meant so much to us. You're a huge inspiration. I'm so happy that you got this victory because I'm tired of hearing all those narratives. Yeah, I'm just tired of it. It's your moment. This is your night. It's your time. He doesn't do that. All I heard about what I can't do, but my mom and dad taught me perseverance. And you got to persevere. You got to believe in yourself. And there's a lot of people around the country that were pulling for us. That's right. Especially the people of color. There are people of color everywhere I go. And people of non-color. So, hey, man, we are family.
I don't know if I agree with that, Dusty. He's saying, oh, everyone of color is rooting for the Astros. That's bullshit. That's not true. And then he said, well, people of non-color too. There's no one rooting for the fucking Astros unless you're a Houston Astro fan. Every other fan base was rooting for Philadelphia. No one is going to support a cheating team that has cheating connotation towards it. That's just ridiculous. Fucking Dusty. Oh, Dusty. Hello, Sheldon in the building. How are you? Sheldon. How are you, Sheldon? Yes, we are so happy. We are so glad that you made it. How are you doing, Sheldon? I'm Orion. You're Sheldon. Sheldon, Orion, Sheldon, chat, Sheldon. You can let Sheldon know how things gonna operate. If you got a favorite food or favorite thing, just type it in the chat and I'll pull it up for you. That's usually I try to cater to people after we end up doing the streams. So I'll do like World Series, NFL, wrestling, whatever it is. And then after the event is over, there's a good mental health. A lot of us have gone through depression and anxiety or addiction or some type of, struggle in life. But I know one thing that makes everyone happy, not only water, and that's why we have a nice, beautiful background, right? But we also try to do food. So if you got a favorite food, Sheldon, type it in the chat and I'll be happy to pull it up for you. We're just doing breakfast right now. Just kind of on the fly here. Sheldon. Bang! $10 holla. Bang, bang. Sheldon, give a favorite food or picture of something you want to see. Let us know. Bang, bang, bang. $10 holla. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. Thank you so much, Holly. We appreciate you. Yeah, and it can be anything. And it could be, Magic the Gathering. It could be D&D. I'm a nerd. So even though, I do sports, I do a lot of Star Wars stuff, Marvel. I collect toys. I collect sports cards. There's a lot to me other than just sports. So, but let me know what you want to see and I will accommodate you. Yeah, we do video games, retro stuff, anything. You just let me know what you want to see, and I'll try to find the best 4K or HD photo of what we got. I mean, it just really depends on where we go. And sometimes we'll hop in the DeLorean, flux capacitor, 88 miles an hour, max capacity. You never know where we're going to go in the stream. We might talk about video games and food, before Sheldon was in the stream, and then now after Sheldon's in the stream. We are ready for you, Sheldon. And then the occasional troll or hater will come in, and then I got to give him the Hollywood boot or the Stone Cold Stunner. But we won't have to worry about Sheldon with that. We appreciate you. Sheldon is in the building. Let's go. Perfect. There we go. Win chills. All right. Now I got to be able to go to work here. Let's start it off for your brother. We got to make sure we hit this correctly. So let's go. Oh, donuts. I'm going to gradually work my way up.
You can't say no. Don't say congratulations yet. I don't know. I hope it happens, but I mean, you guys know.
And there's nothing like looking at food. Like, there's a lot of streamers out there and there's a lot of people on Twitch and YouTube, but there's nothing like this stream out there. And if there is, they probably copied. There's a lot of copycats out there, but often imitated, never duplicated. And that's big facts. We always try to make sure we have good vibes on every single stream. And sometimes it could be something as simple as desserts or donuts or whatever our favorite wrestlers are, whatever it is.
She's just smiling for the camera, like she's loving every second of this too. She's been part of this ride from the beginning. Really and truly such a blessing. When I knew I needed rehab, it was one of those things.
Man, Food Network hit my line.
I had a son since I was 5 years old.
I mean, we will end up doing theme streams in the future, and when we have more people, more subs, more views, more donos, and we'll just do it based off whatever breakfast food. And we'll just do a stream for an hour to 3 hours of just food, especially if you can get the food that's like 4K or HD, then it ends up being like almost an experience rather than just watching a stream.
I mean, it's rare that you see one hit the center like that. It's absolutely no, it's gone. I mean,
I'm excited. Finally got Holly's brother in the room. What an exciting day.
We came right back and threw a haymaker. And Jordan did it, but top to bottom, I think you saw in this series particularly how many different ways we can win a ball game, from pitching to defense to base running to slugging. Whatever we need to do to win, we're able to do it.
Hey, JB, look at the monitor right here. We're going to show you celebrating with your family. Tell me what's going through your mind right now. We're going to pop it up here in about a minute.
Just a lot of emotion, man. Just a lot of, just looking back, a lot of hard work. Like I said, I don't, if
All right, let's do a quick recap before we just. Sheldon is going to get overwhelmed. Yes, great choice, Sheldon.
What's it like for you, Kate? I mean, this whole Jess was just talking about the rehab and spending family time and how great that was. So what's this all?
I did not. Give me some more details on that. Sheldon's like, ooh, I like this. All right, I'm starting to build up. So now Sheldon's like, oh, what? This is what I've been missing? I should have been here months ago. So I'm gradually building it up here so you can kind of just take a look. All right, here we go, Sheldon. Are you ready? Mind blown in 3, 2, 1. Doesn't get any better than that. I'm not sure if there's a photo better than that. I don't even need my logo. No egos here. I don't even need it. Take the logo down, and we can just primarily focus on the food in general. All right, Sheldon, what's next? What do you want next? You tell me whatever you want. You can be something other, dessert. It could be food, chicken, barbecue, burgers, pizza, whatever you're wanting. Let me know, and we will cater to you. He's like, I am a humble dog. Yeah, this is probably the best donut photo on the internet, just based off size, color, and just the mystery factor. What's in there? Jelly? Is it chocolate filled? Is it cream? What is in there? But it's almost like one of those pictures when you look at like a dog. We also do animals here too. Video games, retro, movies, food, animals. I mean, I'm open to anything. So whatever you want, let me know. Yeah, let me know. If it's Dale Earnhardt stuff, of course, I'm going to be interested in it. All right, I'm going to delete these now, and we'll move over to the next item for Sheldon. Sheldon. As we wait for Sheldon to choose.
monstrous three-run home run. Ryan Presley, a big old champagne bottle. He's ready to go. The Astros bullpen, one of the best performances in
Nacho Potty.
history. And we welcome you back to Minute Maid Park. It's still loud in here, and we're a long time since that game ended, but it's a party here in H-Town tonight as they react to Dusty Baker walking behind the camera now, too. Meanwhile, for the Phillies, look, an unbelievable year. They get in the postseason as the final spot in the playoffs and make it all the way to the World Series. Obviously, you never want to have an end like this, but Rob Thompson gracious enough to give Tom Verducci some time.
Thanks, Kevin. Rob, disappointing defeat, obviously. What did you tell your club?
Just the fact that I'm really proud of them. I really am. These guys came to play every day. They played hard. They worked hard. They were a great team. They really were. They stuck together, played hard together. I just love everyone.
It may be too soon, but looking back on it, is there a point where you thought maybe the series turned?
Yeah, maybe on Schwarber's home run, today, if that's what you're asking me. But then we got into the sixth inning, and we had first and third, and Will still had his good stuff. I just felt like Alvarado was the best man.
I want to take a look at him for sure.
Coming into this series, you liked Alvarado. On Alvarez, we saw it 4 times. What happened in that one sequence today?
You like spicy food?
Behind, and then he threw a 99-mile-an-hour fastball, and Alvarez just beat him to the spot. And,
Okay.
That's what good hitters do sometimes, and you just got to tip your cap to them. But it was great. It was a really good ball game nonetheless.
Thanks so much. Congratulations. It was a great series. Disappointing loss, I know, but thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you, KB.
All right, Tom. Rob, very great of him to give time, gracious in that interview as always. Frank, it was a heck of a run for them. I mean, these last 2 games were.
I like spicy too. It makes me feel alive.
You can just tell Rob Thompson's a great man. He's very grateful for this opportunity this year to lead these men to the World Series. That team is a special team. If they can keep that core together, you never know. They can be back here next year. They're very, very talented.
I was actually trying to order pad thai yesterday, but the place that usually is on Grubhub is no longer on there, Sabier, so I have to actually drive there. And then we had the winter kind of weather advisory with the wind, so I love pad thai. Pad thai is one of my favorites. I could eat pad thai almost every day. So good. And you can get it spicy or non-spicy, which makes it great.
That's a big step. That's a giant step. And it's a good sign for the Philadelphia Phillies for the next year. They know they got so close. They need to get a couple of pieces to complete and come back and fight next year and win it out.
I agree with both of you. I think the Phillies will be back, have a world-class owner in John Middleton, All-Star and Dombrowski, and a great man, Rob Thompson, so graciously just had a tremendous second half in postseason. Someone has to win, somebody has to lose. But to me, the biggest winner, Kevin, is Major League Baseball. What an incredible month for baseball. Some great teams coming back, starting pitching, contact, defense, the Philly fan base, the Astros fan base, and everything else. I think baseball is the best I've seen it in over 10 years, fellas. Well, fellas,
I can always hit you with some Korean barbecue or just some spicy barbecue stuff as well.
Trophy walking around, and the Astros are world champs one more time. Champagne dreams tonight in Houston, and we will say goodnight. For those of you mostly around the country, it's your late local news is next, except on the West Coast. The Astros World Series champs. I see you when I see you.
Or even like Hawaiian or Korean barbecue, or there's just so many good things to choose from. It's almost hard to just do one or another. All right, I got to find something else to watch here since this is over. And we'll be doing the NASCAR championship in Phoenix tomorrow. And we're going to double dip. And we're also going to do Sunday Night Football with the Titans and the Chiefs. All right, so let me find something here. There's got to be at least a football game or something. Or maybe the Blazers are still going. What do we got here? California and USC. I'm gonna take a peek. I already know USC is gonna win by 1 billion, so it's not even gonna be that good of a game. What's the score? 13-7. Actually, it's closer than I thought. Okay. And then what about Blazers? Are we still Blazers still on? Yeah. All right, go to the Blazer game. All right. All right, Blazer game is on.
Visit us at modahealth.com to get started. You put your dreams on hold. Remiss. But I spoke to our
Oh, baby.
investments are on track. You got this, baby. So go do what you love. Thanks for being our superhero.
Yeah, well, Thai food, it just depends if you get it spicy or not. They have like a version of Thai where it's just like naked or it's like not spicy and it's just like noodles. And then so you get the pad Thai noodles with like chicken or pork or whatever you want with it. And it's got the little sprouts and little nuts sprinkled on top. It's amazing, man. Like I don't necessarily have to have mine hot. I can eat mine this like, the one that is, not hot at all. So Sheldon.
Dear ski instructor, class is in session. This time we've got a thing or two to teach you. Check out these sick moves and get in on non-stop action with sharp handling and insane performance. This ride's gonna get pretty exhilarating. Follow us, Toyota. Trade in any used vehicle and buy or lease a 20.
Now this is a good place. It's a good place where we don't put up with bullshit. We don't put up with the trolls. We don't put up with all the negativity. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's a safe place for females as well. So, because a lot of females, when they go into a room, they get hit on, they have uncomfortable comments, and it makes it hard for females to navigate YouTube and Twitch and other places. And so this is kind of a nice spot. And I started off with 1% female on the channel. I'm all the way up to 12 already, and it's only been a few months. Like to go from that 99% guys, 1% female, we're already at 88% guys, 12% female, which is awesome. So we're definitely building the female audience here. Giving them a place where they can come and make friends with other females, make friends with me, other males that are in the room as well, and we can just have a good time. But I just feel that there's so many toxic streams that are out there. And like I said, some people have chat etiquette and other people have no idea what that means. And it shows, trying to be a keyboard warrior. 84-61 Suns beating the Blazers. Ouch. That's not good.
It's a big loss. Not only offensively, but Cam Johnson's a good defender. Good rolling. Sparks. Landale 62 out to a Kobe. Josh for three. Flying around. Oh, sorry, John, right into your lap. He pulls up short of the season ticket holders in the corner. Jabari Walker getting run here in the fourth. Trendon Watford is
Bah.
the trouble by hip flexor. Comes back. Johnson will get it. Work it back.
Portland Trail Blazers. Okay, great to see you. If you need anything in the future, come in, say hi, or if you come in when Ollie's online. But if you want to see some D&D, Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, anything Marvel, DC, Star Wars. I mean, I am a huge nerd. Like I've been collecting toys since 1985. I'm 40. I know I don't look 40, but that's a big part of who I am. So if you ever want to get into that aspect of retro video games or things of that nature, please come back. We love you. We appreciate you. And anyone that is a friend of Holly or a family member of Holly is a family of mine. So I appreciate you. Thank you for coming by and stopping by. All right, where else do we want to go here? We're on the 4 hour and 5 minute stream number. Mattress Mac plays 10 million on the Astros. Yeah, he won 75. He's already rich though. I mean, it's not like Mattress Mac needs 75 million. Largest payout in sports betting history. They lost all their money. Whoever that, imagine all the money that you made in profit, and then everything went to him. 75 million. Who the hell bets a million or 10 million? I saw that Drake won like $1 million doing roulette like last night or whatever. But I guess when you're rich, you don't really care. Like when you win stuff, you're like, well, I already have millions of dollars. So yes, we do want to see him. That's awesome. I knew he was going to show up at some point. And then Holly talked about when she broke a butt cheek in her elbow and then had to leave, and then he left. But it was awesome for him to come through. So, all right, where do we want to go? We can go 24 more minutes, and I can cater to you guys, whatever you guys want to see. And then after that, I'll just end the stream and just hang out with Paisley. Paisley's, I'm gonna go check up on her in a second here just to see how she's doing. But if you guys have any suggestions on anything, could be movies, it could be food, it could be wrestlers, whatever. Paisley's bark. Paisley.
So stop by a Ford dealer today and claim one of thousands of new Ford trucks and SUVs on their way.
Hey, I love you. You want to hang out with Dad? Dad's almost done. Dad misses you. Dad wants to snug. Daddy wants to snug with you. Huh? Dad loves you so much. Did you know that? Dad loves you more than anything.
It doesn't happen on its own. It's made by business owners, leaders, visionaries, people who create life movements, make things that we love, build spaces.
Paisley Pop, she is my boo. And like I said, it's good that Sarah ended up getting a puppy. It's just like sometimes you need that in your life. It's all about decisions. And like I said, it's easy just to, not care about yourself or your body or what food you eat or what exercise you do. Some people like to party hard, but you get to a certain point where maybe, you need to reevaluate choices. And obviously for me, my main choices are going to be trying to be healthier. So yeah, I might be looking at some stuff that is not really healthy, but at least I can look at it rather than eat it, at least to come over those particular cravings and whatnot. Huh, Paisley? And Paisley loves Daddy, and Daddy loves you. I'm almost done, okay? I promise. Hey, we got to make sure that your elbow is okay. There you go. Hey, when JT's in the room and the jokes are flying, hey, you got to do it. We are a family here, and you can always tell when you get newbies in here. It normally never works. It's like you're a part of the clique or you're not. You either know, chat etiquette or you don't. You know what I mean? And of course, I want to grow. You know what I mean? But I want to grow with the right people. And if it just so happens that it's going to take a hell of a lot longer to find the right people, so be it. It's just, I just wish it was easier to be able to gain subs and views and possible donos from people But what I have found since doing this full time since January and me doing this for 10 years, and this is my 6th year, good people are hard to find. It really is. There's just a lot of assholes that are out there that want to be keyboard warriors. There's some really nice people that are out there too, but you definitely have to, it's like dating. It's like, you're going to have a lot of bad eggs. And then every once in a while, there'll be some good ones. And that's what we're trying to get here. So I know, huh? Not concerned with the bow, only the ut. It's special. And then, I feel kind of bad for newbies too, because it's like, if you are used to just being rude and saying whatever the hell you want and never getting timed out or kicked out of a room, it's just, some people understand and some people, they don't, and they never will. They'll never change. It's just same negative behavior over and over. And, if some people want to gain subs and views and donos that way, that's completely fine. That's on them. But I mean, I will take hundreds or thousands of less subs and views and less donos as long as we can keep the overall vibe protected. That's really what it's about. Protecting the vibe at all costs. It's like, please, YouTube, can I get some normal people to join the Fanatic fam? Brute Saint in the building. How are you? Yes, that sounds great. Well, I couldn't get exactly what you said. And most of the pictures on the internet, they have Belgian waffles. They don't have it smothered in, all kinds of goodies. This is probably the closest thing that I could find that actually has some goodies on top. Belgian malted waffle recipe. But most of them are just like the picture of the waffle, but there's no like syrup in there. That's like the syrup is on the side. Maybe there's, a little bit of something there, but I have a s'more waffle. Oh, look at this one. It was very cool to have your brother come through, Holly. Were you surprised that he came in? I mean, I try to give the vibe any way we can. The delicious goodness.
That's what I'm saying. But the word he used was horrible. When I asked earlier your high school career, were you a good shooter? He's like,
All right, we got 15 minutes to go before me and Paisley snug. You guys let me know whatever else you want to see or anything else that you have a request for, and then I will try to churro waffle. I don't know if I'll be able to pull that up though.
yes, I remember Joe Coleman talking about that. I think that's when Shaker first got drafted, they had to tell them stop.
Coconut dessert waffle.
They had to teach them like when you're supposed to rest versus when you get your extra workouts. That's before you ever play a game.
Jimmy Street with a deflection. Walker up the floor, put it behind the back, has to run it down. Walker will help him. Butler will screen. Rotated here to Walker. Smith on the post. Fadeaway right-hander over short. And Sarge with a rebound.
Oh my! Hold up. Let me see if this one will come up. I don't know if it will though.
But Biombo had an angle on it. Now here comes Lee. Off to a Kobe. They'll attack the rack. Is spun around in a foul. Biombo has been a shot blocking monster.
Yeah, some of them are very extreme.
That just is maybe just a second of the game, but for the Suns, I think they're up to 13 block shots now. Yeah. 14. He is affected. Let's put it that way. That's Biombo's third. What is? Yeah, that's his third. Yeah. Boy, you got him in a short period. He did. Yeah. This is at the 8:57 mark. So 3 blocks in 3 minutes.
Little sticky buns.
Washington, watch it. Johnson, he'll spin a little hopper with the right hand up and in. Damian Lee's jump pass blocked, but came right to him. 10 to shoot.
Oh, Blazers 95-68. Oh, not good.
Everybody anticipating the turn and the fade. Yeah. Even Keon, did you see Keon behind that? He was just going to use the 48, 49-inch vertical.
Thank you, Space Kitty. $13. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Sarah with a tenner. Thank you. Bang, bang, bang. Did we actually hit the number? Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Did we get there? Space Kitty with a 13er. I think we just got to our number. Thank you so much, you guys. With Sarah and Holly there right there at the very end. Yay. Started off a little slow, but we got there. Thank you so much. Sarah, Holly, what do you guys want to see for photos here in the last 12 minutes? It'll be all you two. So whatever you guys want, you let me know. And hopefully everything will be working here for me. Bang, bang, bang. And then I'll be back tomorrow for NASCAR and the Chiefs.
We'll find out when we get to Miami the status of Jimmy Butler. He was a scratch in their road game on November 2nd against Sacramento.
Yes. Space Kitty and Sarah coming through in the clutch. So you have a binder of the Dale Earnhardt senior card. Is it autographed? I mean, is it, what is it? It's yours, or you're gonna buy it, or you own it, or I need some more context with this, JT. I mean, if it's a Dale Earnhardt card that's autographed, usually the autograph stuff from Dale is usually 200 and up, depending on the condition, 200 to 800. If it's just a Dale Earnhardt senior card, then those aren't really worth as much, unless it's like his rookie card, back in the 80s. Then that one is worth some good money, but I'd have to see it. I haven't been on the Discord in a long time, to be honest. All right, Tommy, Kelsey photos. Yes. And breakfast. Okay, I got you. I'm not sure if churro really equates to a breakfast food, but it's just next to some of the other stuff that I got. So we're going to get a churro.
Two blemishes on the Suns record. The second of a back-to-back. Here's Walker. Stumbles into the lane. He is upended at a foul. Sorry, Scott. Just the 13th foul of the Suns. Good to see Al McCoy, the radio voice of the Suns, back in the saddle.
And we'll get some Holly, some photos as well here.
50th year of the microphone last year. Said this is it. I'm gone. I'm out. I didn't believe it. No one believed it. And it's been glued to him.
Some nice breakfast sandwiches. A breakfast sandwich can really do good. I mean, when you're needing something, you want something warm, it definitely hits the spot.
Good for him. He's a gamer. Good to chat with him before the game tonight.
Can't go wrong with waffles either. Oh, thank you. Bang, bang, bang. Said message from Sheldon. Thanks. It was fun. Let them know I'll probably be back sometime. That's big for him. Appreciate you, fam, for welcoming him. No problem. That's awesome. I hope I made it fun for him. I mean, like I said, it's probably pretty rare to go into a room for the very first time and have everyone greet you that way, but we're not regular people. We're a bunch of weirdos, but we are very polite, caring weirdos that are very passionate about the things that we love. And, if we know that, there is a situation that we can, be ourselves and just be accommodating, well, of course we're going to do that. So, yes. Thank you so much. And it makes me happy that we could do that for him. I know that donut picture with all of the donuts, he probably was like, oh, wow. He's probably craving donuts. So awesome. Bang, bang. And trust me, I mean, I got a lot of friends, that are, introverts. They're shy. They don't like to communicate. They'd rather just be to themselves. If you go to their house, they'll open up, but they're not going to go to public places or interact with people. Everyone's a little different. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that if you're shy or if you're an introvert or if you, the communication part, sometimes people want to communicate, but they're just, it's, who they are. It's in their DNA. They're just a little bit more reserved. And I get it. And, if I can get someone that's reserved and help them open up, to feel like they can put their guard down a little bit and just be themselves and have fun and be silly. And we can share, stories with each other. That's really what it's about. It's just trying to make people laugh, make people feel good. It's special, when you can go out of your way and do that. All right. So we got some breakfast stuff here. Let's get some Tommy and some corgis and get some penguins and stuff up here for Holly. Yeah, I felt deprived of Tommy because we didn't really put him up that often. I mean, every once in a while I would put him up, but it's not the same putting him up when you're not in the room. I feel it's like we're almost cheating. Like we're putting him up, but you're not here. So it's like we usually just wait for you. But every once in a while, if I'm talking Chiefs, I'll have like him doing the punting photo. We'll throw that up. Or if we talk about Florida Gators or something, then I can always refer to those. He's a handsome guy. Hopefully he doesn't get any drug tests after he has a 75-yard punt against the Titans this weekend, or 80. Something will come up probably. Yeah, and not only is it, Gators and Chiefs, but he's a good guy off the field. And that's a big part of it for me when I root for people. I don't, it's hard for me to root for people that aren't good people. And essentially I don't root for those people. It's like, okay, that's great, and all, but if they're questionable, as far as like behavior is concerned or who they are, those aren't going to be people that I'm going to really be like supportive of, It's easy to be a piece of crap. To be a piece of shit person is super easy in life. To be an asshole and to be selfish. To be a good person takes effort, and that is big facts. Anybody can just be, a rude, inconsiderate, selfish person. It's so easy to be that way, but if you can be a good person and, make a difference in people's lives, that takes effort and it's way more rewarding, especially when we have a bunch of those type of people, part of the NWSF. That is the thing that I am the most proud of, that we have the right people and things happened at the right time. I wouldn't have been able to have the right type of people years ago. And, I'm not going to accept, rude behavior or trolling behavior or people that have no chat etiquette. Like I said, if they want to go do that somewhere else, but it ain't going to fly here. So. Uh, 23 karat gold cards. I assume they were made in the 90s, not the 80s. I would have to do some research, look on eBay and see what maybe they're going for. But yeah, if they're yours, I wouldn't sell them. Keep them. I'm not sure if you're a Dale Earnhardt guy or not, but anything that, they might not be as worth as much as you think. Like if you think that they're worth hundreds of dollars, realistically, I'd have to look them up, see if they're serial numbered or how rare they are. But it might be worth $100 for the set. It might be worth $50 for the set. It might be worth 10 or 20 for the set, or maybe they're worth more. Everything is condition sensitive as well. So. Yeah, which is good. You always want to make sure you keep the privacy, and if things are meant to be discussed, that'll be something that he can bring up if it ever comes up and he feels comfortable to. If not, then it's none of our business. Yeah, well, I feel that we are going to be more accommodating and genuine and nice, compared to a lot of the other people. So. V-Man 239-29397 Jets. Yeah. Well, you know what? It's Houston. We already know what it is. And I apologize about the deadbeat dad. But trust me, we all feel the same way, unless you're a Houston Astro fan. So I think a lot of us are there. But going from a negative thing like the Houston Astros to a positive, hey, how about your Jets, man? Jets, baby. It's got to be exciting to see the Jets actually winning games. Just need a little bit more consistency out of Zach Wilson. Less cougar hunting, less of that, more focusing on the playbook. And I think we're in business. There we go. Stonehouse and Townsend, baby. All right, time to go into some animals here for Holly. So we'll go a little bit over the 4 hour and 30-minute mark. I want to make sure that we get some of these because it's good for my mental health too. It's nice for me to be able to see things like food, like animals, and I get to spend a lot of time with Paisley, just me and her.
This year's camp or last year? Because I saw the same thing last year. I know, but this year is what I'm referring to. Yeah. Because it was even better to me this year.
Plus, it's like almost impossible to not like smile or feel something in your heart towards like puppies and cats. I don't know. It's just one of those things. It's either you're a cat or a dog person or you're not. You have an intense amount of love and gratitude or you don't. It's like, I don't know. It's just one of those things. It's like if you have a relationship with cats and dogs, it's I don't know. Your view on life is a little different, I think, than people that don't have pets, or don't have that closeness to pets. Dogs and cats can change your life. Like 100%. Change my life. Change my behavior, my actions, my choices. For the better, too.
inside to Butler, who gets his first NBA buck. Point pass. That was beautiful, right? Yeah. It looked like no rebound. Quick round the third. CB3 up the floor. Hesitates, slides in.
And there's nothing that, as far as like loyalty is concerned, we go through friendships, we go through breakups, you know what I mean? But if you end up having a puppy or a cat, I mean, they're always going to love you. They're always going to be excited to see you. As long as you treat them good, they're going to treat you good. If you neglect them, obviously they're not going to, behave the same way if you take care of them. It's just a crazy connection that you can have with an animal, and it can change your life for the better. I mean, I will sacrifice so many things for her too. But I'm on a diet. I'm exercising, listening to music. I'm buckling down and grinding harder than ever on the channel. We're building friendships and bonds that are unbreakable. Like I said, there's a lot of people that have channels out there. I don't think people are as close as us. Like, I think there's about 10 to 12 people that are a part of the channel that I talk to, almost every day. And that's not normal for most hosts of channels or streamers on YouTube or Twitch. So I had to get one more in for you.
We were being chided in the media room by a member of the Phoenix media who will go unnamed. So you're going to get that.
All right, a couple more, and we'll call it a stream.
Absolutely. You never know what's going to happen in the West. Yes, sir. And so that could come in around the stretch. We shall see. We'll come back.
And I'll be back tomorrow for NASCAR championship in Phoenix. I'm very sad. Now baseball's over. And after baseball is over, NASCAR will be over tomorrow. So that'll be way more NBA and college hoops, a little bit of NHL and World Cup. But it's not going to be the same as NASCAR or baseball. So lots of football, lots of college football, lots of NFL, lots of wrestling, and NBA for filler content. We're going to have to do some of that too.
This is your one-stop shop for the best show in town.
All right, Paisley is missing me, so I'm going to spend some time with her. Let me go through the photos. We'll go from the top, and then we'll just go from there. I appreciate all you guys for all of your guys' support. You guys are the best. We got Holly's brother to come in. That made my day. I don't care what, Astros win, Phillies win. I don't care. All right. Having Holly's brother come in, that made my day, and that probably made my whole weekend. Just knowing that you can try to make a positive influence and make people feel special. And you guys, obviously did the same thing. You guys greeted him with a lot of kindness, and hopefully he comes back, and we'll be excited to be able to give a recommendation like Magic the Gathering or D&D or Star Wars. And I will show him something that he probably hasn't seen before. And it'll be a good experience for us. So little waffles, little Tommy. University of Florida, Tommy Townsend, Bachelor of Arts in Faking Punts. He's really good. I hope it did. I know sometimes when people are shy, it's really hard to do anything, communicate and, do something that you don't really want to do or don't know what the outcome is going to be beforehand. And that made me extremely happy that he came in there. So. I mean, how can you look at that and not be in a good mood, honestly? I mean, I can't even imagine my life without Paisley. I really can't. I don't want to imagine my life without her. That's how much she means to me.
Mickey movie. Where's my wallet? Where's my wallet? No, stop. I insist. That's good though. Earn big time with Chase Free Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you cash that? Chase, make more of what you want.
What does it mean to change the game? Is it a single moment? Or something that just...
We're almost done here. Just want to cycle through these Penguins. We can't leave before the Penguins are not done yet. We got to make sure.
Portland Trailblazers basketball has been brought to you by Mona Health. Health insurance is better with a guide. By Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone. And by Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com.
Well, you guys are the best fans on planet Earth. I love you and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm glad we got to do a little bit, with food and a little bit of animals and just good vibes. We got Holly's brother in here. My weekend is made. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth. And it's not just fans, it's friends, and we are family. And I know the newbies that come through and the trolls and, the keyboard warriors, they'll never understand. But as long as we have that tight bond. I mean, there's nothing that's going to break that. So I really do appreciate you guys so much. You guys are the best fans I could ever ask for that have turned in from fans to friends to family. I appreciate every single one of you. Even if we don't talk every day, you know how much I have gratitude for you guys and how much I feel so blessed to have you guys in my life, because I wouldn't be doing this full time without you guys. I would have to have the right group of people, and who knows how long that would have taken before I go full time. So thank you guys so much for supporting me and supporting each other. And you guys are the best that I could possibly ever dream of. I will be back tomorrow for NASCAR around 11 to noon tomorrow. And then on top of that, once we take a 30-minute break after that, we'll do Chiefs versus Titans. Super excited. I'm going to hang out with Paisley. Have a great rest of your night. I love you and I appreciate you. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Thank you so much for everyone that donated, that commented, that made sure that Sheldon felt welcome here. Holly, JT, Eagles, John, Sarah, everybody in the room. I love you. Appreciate you. Holly, JT, Eagles, John, Sheldon, everybody. You guys are the best. I love you. Appreciate you. And I will be back tomorrow. Gang.